In the cradle of civilization, beneath layers of dust and time, lie questions no empire could answer. Cities vanished without a trace. Gods whispered through broken tablets. Kings ruled for centuries or maybe never existed at all. This isn't just history. It's a riddle carved in clay, wrapped in myth, and buried for 5,000 years. These are the most unsolved mysteries of ancient Mesopotamia, and what you're about to see might change how you think about the very birth of human civilization. Welcome to the shadows of the first great cities. Welcome to the mystery. The Sumerian king list anomaly. It begins with a list, not a story, not a prophecy, not even a poem. A list. A list of kings, etched in clay, spanning the impossible. It starts with the line, "When kingship was lowered from heaven, kingship was in Eridu." And just like that, the ancient bureaucrats of Sumer deliver the blueprint of history, least according to them. The Sumerian king list is both a masterpiece of myth and a mess of math. Some rulers are given reigns of a few years, others, tens of thousands. Etana of Kish, 1,560 years. Enheduana of Badtibira, a brisk 43,200 years on the throne. Human? Doubtful? Divine? Maybe? Metaphor? Possibly. But if the gods did rule, they sure were thorough enough to log it in cuneiform. This list, first discovered in the early 20th century in various forms across Mesopotamian ruins from Nippur to Larsarids, less like a ledger and more like a fever dream. It's not just about kings. It's about where kingship itself resided. It hops like a supernatural game of musical chairs. From Eridu to Badtibira, from Shuruppak to Kish, Uruk, and beyond. Power doesn't evolve, it migrates, inexplicably, sometimes violently, often arbitrarily. But why? Why does the king list give Enme-Baraj of Kish a reign of 900 years then later let someone else rule just 6? Why does kingship vanish during the Great Flood, only to descend again from the heavens, like a divine software update? Historians have tried to untangle it. They've proposed that the exaggerated lifespans are symbolic, that the list is political propaganda crafted to legitimize certain dynasties by stitching them into an ancient tapestry of semi-divine authority. And yet, it doesn't hold up like clean math? If this was meant as neat propaganda, why is it so chaotic? Take the dynastic seat shuffling. It's not clean conquest. It's not clearly hereditary. It's as if kingship is treated like a portable metaphysical entity. One moment it's in Ur, the next in Akkad, as though it's being carried like a glowing orb from city to city, blessing whoever holds it. Which begs the question, what was kingship to the Sumerians? Not just political control, not even God-given authority, but something closer to possession. Like kingship was a force you channeled, not a title you earned. A city could host it, like a temple might host a deity. And once that city fell out of divine favor, or became too corrupt, kingship didn't die. It migrated. Think of it like a cosmic relay race, except instead of a baton, it's a divine mandate, and instead of runners, it's kings who may or may not be mortal. This supernatural slant is echoed in how the list treats the Great Flood. It literally divides time into pre-deluge and post-deluge epochs. Everything before the flood is steeped in absurdly long rainstons of thousands of years hinting at either an otherworldly golden age or a massive historical inflation job. After the flood, rains begin to resemble something closer to reality. Still long, but not biblically long. The flood is the hinge separating mythic time from human time. But even post-flood, things remain weird. Let's talk about the cities. Why does kingship bounce from Kish to Uruk to Ur to Awan to Hamazi? These aren't even always adjacent. Some of these cities are obscure even by ancient standards. Hamazi, for example, is mentioned in virtually no other context except the king list. Awan is linked to Elamite territories, suggesting cross-cultural entanglements or imagined pasts. It's as if the list's authors weren't just chronicling history, they were rewriting it, filling in gaps with imagination, inserting their rivals into positions of ancient legitimacy to soften political transitions. The king list is not a neutral document. It's an editorial, a rewrite of reality with footnotes from the gods. But even so, why the insistence on these ridiculously long reigns? Why say a king ruled for 28,800 years? Here's where the mystery deepens. Some scholars believe these numbers encode astronomical or calendrical data. They point out that 60 was a sacred number in Sumerian math-based 60 system, and that many of these reigns are clean multiples of 60. For example, Enmenlu, Anna's 43,200-year reign is 720 times 60. Coincidence? Or a cosmological cipher? Another theory. The long-reign kings are meant to signify eras, not individuals. That Enmenluana wasn't one man, but a stand-in for an epoch of rule, a concept more than a person. If that's true, then the king list is less about genealogy and more about mythography, a record of time itself, as experienced by the Mesopotamian psyche. And what about the shorter reigns? The kings who only got a few years in the spotlight before the divine mandate shuffled off to the next host? Were they real people, caught in the sweep of history? Or were they cautionary tales names reduced to footnotes because they failed to embody the divine ideal? Let's also remember, the king list wasn't a one-time publication. It evolved. Copies differ. Some kings appear on one version but not another. The list was a living documental turd by scribes with agendas, by dynasties hungry for legitimacy, by priesthoods attempting to stitch their temple's prestige into the mythic past. This means that even the list's inconsistencies are part of its mystery. And then, there's the great irony. For all the divine legitimacy and impossible reigns, the king list doesn't include every king. Some historically attested rulers found in economic texts, temple records, or archaeological digs are conspicuously absent. Why? Were they seen as illegitimate? Forgotten? Or were their stories suppressed because they didn't fit the narrative the list was selling? It's like trying to reconstruct your family tree from a gossip column. Yes, it's dramatic. Yes, it's probably exaggerated. And yes, someone definitely got written out of the will. But that's exactly what makes it so intoxicating. The Sumerian king list is not a mystery to be solved. It's a riddle we're meant to sit with. A cosmic ledger that mixes gods and men, fact and fiction, history and hallucination. It dares us to ask what we believe about power, time, memory, and who gets to write it all down. And so, we're left with a clay tablet covered in tiny, precise wedges, lines of kings, cities rising and falling, power moving like a ghost in the machine. Some ruled for 1,000 years, others for less than a blink. But the real question? Who really held the pen? Who decided what names would live forever and which ones would be buried in the dust? Next up, we dig into one of those apocalyptic punctuation marks on the king list, the flood that splits history in two, the water that wiped the slate, the deluge, and the mystery it still carries deep in the riverbeds of Mesopotamia. The deluge, great flood. Water doesn't forget. It drowns, it erases, it starts over. And for ancient Mesopotamia, cradle of civilization, land between rivers that erasure left a mark so deep, so enduring, it became myth. It became a rupture in time itself. A hard reset. The deluge, the great flood, is the Mesopotamian apocalypse, and it's one of the most haunting, unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. A flood that may or may not have happened. A cataclysm echoed in tablets older than the Bible, older than Homer, older than history as we think we know it. The flood shows up everywhere. in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the Atrahasis epic, in the Sumerian flood story. Each version shifts the details, like a game of telephone played over centuries. But the core remains. The gods were angry. Mankind was noisy, sinful, or just inconvenient. A flood came. It drowned the world. One man was warned. He built a boat. He survived. And then, civilization rebooted. Sound familiar? Yes, it's essentially Noah's Ark but way older. The Mesopotamians were telling this story at least 1,000 years before the Hebrews wrote Genesis. That's not a shot at religion. It's a historical fact. And it leads to a tantalizing question. Was there ever really a flood? Archaeologists have tried to pin it down. In the early 20th century, teams digging in the ancient cities of Ur, Kish, Shuruppak, and Uruk found evidence of sediment layers-thick deposits of river silt sandwiched between layers of human habitation. These were interpreted as flood layers. At Shuruppak, a site tied closely to the flood hero Ziusudra, the Sumerian prototype for Noah, a particularly thick deposit of clay suggested a massive inundation around 2,900 BCE. For a time, this seemed like it. Case closed. Flood confirmed. Except, not so fast. The layers don't line up across sites. The flood stratum at Ur dates to around 3000 BCE. At Kish, it's around 2800 BCE. At Shuruppak, maybe 2900. But there's no single uniform layer of devastation across the entire region. No archaeological smoking gun that says, yes, the world drowned here. Instead, what we find are localized floods. Massive, yes. Devastating, absolutely. But regional. River floods, not global ones. Which makes sense, given the geography. Mesopotamia lived and died by its rivers Tigris and Euphrates, twin serpents of mud and miracle. They gave life through irrigation, trade, and agriculture, but they also took it away. Seasonal floods could obliterate entire cities. Imagine a flash flood swallowing New York, and now imagine the survivors trying to make sense of it with only gods and myths as explanations. So here's the real mystery. How did a regional floodone of many become the flood? The event that split time into before and after. Why did this one make it into myth? One answer is psychological. Floods are terrifying. They don't just kill, they drown everything. Land, crops, buildings, people, memory. Fire burns clean, war leaves ruins. But a flood? It flattens. It leaves mud where there was once meaning. It's the ultimate tabula rasa, a world wiped clean. No wonder early civilizations turned it into cosmic punishment. If you were looking at your ruined city, your drowned neighbors, your vanished world, you'd need a reason. The gods were angry. That made more sense than chaos. But that still doesn't explain the specifics. Why is the flood so meticulously recorded in multiple Mesopotamian texts? Why does each version of the story follow a pattern so eerily similar? Mankind multiplies. The gods grow irritated or fearful. One god, usually Enki, the trickster and god of wisdom, decides to warn a righteous man. That man's Ziusudra in Sumerian, Utnapishtim in Akkadian builds a boat. The flood comes. Everyone else dies. The survivor makes a sacrifice. The gods regret their genocide. Humanity gets a second chance. This isn't just a random myth. It's a myth template, a formula. And when a story gets repeated that many times, across that many centuries, it stops being just about an event. It becomes a cultural algorithm. The deluge, then, might not be one event, but a collage of them. A collective trauma turned into a singular story. A narrative scar woven into the DNA of a civilization constantly on the brink of being drowned by its own lifelines. The rivers were gods, but they were also monsters. Even the dimensions of the boat vary across versions, like the myth is trying on different shoes. In the Atrahasis epic, the boat is square. In Gilgamesh, it's a massive cube, 120 cubits in every direction. That's not seaworthy. It's symbolic, a box, a sealed fate. In Ziusudra's version, the story ends with him granted immortality and sent to live in Dilmun, the land of the blessed, possibly the same place where Gilgamesh later searches for eternal life. There's a spiritual message under the mud. Survival through divine favor, yes, but also isolation as transcendence. The flood hero always ends up alone, set apart, a relic of a former world. Saved, but not really spared. And what about the gods? They're not portrayed as benevolent creators. They're cranky, petty, vengeful. In Atrahasis, the gods destroy humanity because we're too noisy. That's it, not sinful, just loud. The divine assembly can't sleep, so they decide to genocide the entire species. It's funny, darkly so, but also chilling. The gods in Mesopotamian myth aren't moral authorities, they're management. Overworked, underpaid, and prone to overreaction. This gives the flood story a different tone from the later biblical version. It's not about morality, it's about cosmic miscommunication. A world run by beings who barely tolerate their creation. And one slips through the cracks with the help of a god who breaks ranks. There's another angle, though, one that's darker. What if the flood wasn't divine punishment at all, but a political allegory? Consider this. The flood story always centers on one man being chosen while the rest of humanity is wiped out. That sounds like elite ideology. We survived because we were favored. Everyone else, they deserved it. It's a way of justifying survival, of rewriting history after catastrophe. Imagine a real flood hits. The temple elites survive because their building is on higher ground. Later, they write the flood into legend, not as luck, but as divine selection. It's disaster, rewritten as destiny. And it would explain why the king list hinges on the flood. Everything before the flood is legendary. Long reigns, mythical kings, half-gods. Everything after feels more grounded, more human. It's like the flood isn't just a natural disaster, it's a line in the sand, a shift in consciousness. The myth itself says it plainly. After the flood, kingship is lowered from heaven again, as if even the gods had to reboot their system. But maybe the greatest mystery of the deluge isn't whether it happened. Maybe it's how it keeps happening. Flood myths don't stop with Mesopotamia. You find them in Greece, in India, in China, in the Americas. Different names. Same story. A great cleansing. One survivor, a second chance. It's almost uncanny. It suggests either a shared ancient memory or a shared psychological need. Floods are universal metaphors. They represent the end of control, civilization submerged, nature in revolt. And in Mesopotamia, where rivers were both gods and gravediggers, that fear was not abstract. It was real. Annual floods could destroy everything. The deluge wasn't just a myth. It was a reality, repeated in miniature every generation. That's why this story survives. That's why it feels so close. It's not about a boat, or a man, or even a god. It's about the fear that tomorrow, everything you know could drown, and no one, not even the gods, can stop it. And still, through all the silt and silence, the mystery pulses. Was there a flood that started it all? Was there a real catastrophe that left such a deep scar it echoed for millennia? Or is this just the echo chamber of trauma, repeating the same myth until it sounds like memory? We'll likely never know. And maybe that's the point. But one thing's for sure. The deluge was the ultimate moment of erasure. And after that erasure, when the waters receded and the clay dried, something new emerged. A new kind of people. A new kind of self-understanding. A name. They call themselves the black-headed people. And the question is why? Before we dive deeper into the tangled origins of the black-headed people, take a moment to hit that subscribe button. It helps more than you know. And while you're at it, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Midnight in Manila? Sunrise in Sao Paulo? Let's see how far this ancient mystery travels. The black-headed people. They called themselves Sagiga, the black-headed people, not Sumerians. That's our label or neat box for textbooks and timelines. But in their own cuneiform, in their prayers, hymns, and laws, they used a term that raises more questions than it answers. Why black-headed? Why define themselves by hair? What were they really saying? Let's strip it back. In a world without national flags, passports, or ID cards, self-definition is slippery. The early city dwellers of southern Mesopotamia had no uniform state, no Sumerian empire, no collective identity as we understand it. They were Eridu, Lagash, Nippur. They were farmers, priests, warriors, scribes. And yet, the phrase echoes like a mantra, black-headed people. It appears in royal inscriptions, in epic poems, in legal documents. Kings declared themselves protectors of the black-headed people. Gods supposedly loved them. Laws were made for them. When the Akkadian conqueror Sargon came to power, he didn't erase the term, he adopted it, claimed dominion over them. Even foreign rulers used it as shorthand for the people of the land. Which leads to the riddle. Who were they really? First interpretation, a literal description. Black hair, that's it. This sounds almost boring. But in the ancient world, appearance mattered deeply. Descriptions weren't just cosmetic, they were cosmic. The gods had beards, kings had strong jaws. A people called themselves black-headed, not necessarily as a racial identifier, but as a shared visual symbol. It was shorthand, commonality, a cultural mirror. But here's the snag. Black hair is hardly unique in the region. Almost everyone in Mesopotamia likely had dark hair. So why use it as a defining marker? Why not something else, a language, city, god? Maybe it wasn't about contrast with outsiders. Maybe it was about solidarity within. You don't always define yourself against what's different. Sometimes, especially in a fragmented, competitive society like ancient Sumer, you define yourself by what's the same. And what was the same? The hair, the soil, the gods. Or perhaps the term had another layer, a spiritual one. The phrase black-headed might not just refer to hair color. In Sumerian religious texts, the black-headed people are repeatedly depicted as the favorites of the gods, chosen, blessed. Formed from clay and divine breath, some scholars suggest that black-headed could symbolically refer to the earth-dark, fertile silt from which humanity was formed. In this reading, black-headed doesn't mean hair color. It means origin, earthborn, clay, blooded, which suddenly makes it mythic. In the Sumerian creation myth, humans are fashioned from earth to serve the gods, to work, to irrigate, to feed. The black-headed people are the result of that divine labor-created beings, born not from wombs, but from mud and command. Now the term isn't just ethnic, it's theological. It says, we are the ones made by the gods for a purpose. That changes everything, because now we have a people whose very identity is bound to their function. They are laborers, worshippers, temple builders. The gods love them not because of what they are, but because of what they do. The black-headed people exist for the divine. This isn't self-aggrandizement, it's self-placement, a humble position in the cosmic order. Which brings us to the irony. This identity, the black-headed, is one of submission. It defines a people by their service. To gods, to kings, to cosmic structure. And yet, these same people produced the earliest known authors, the first legal codes, stunning temples, and literature that still twists our guts 4,000 years later. They built cities out of swamp, invented writing, wrote down their dreams and deaths in clay. And all the while they called themselves by a name that echoes servitude. Or did they? Here's where it gets messier. We don't actually have a Sumerian ethnic identity in the modern sense. Sumerian, as a language and cultural category, is real, but the people who spoke it weren't part of a unified Sumer nation. They were scattered among fiercely independent city-states, often at war, constantly negotiating alliances, feuds, and divine favor. The phrase, black-headed people, appears as a collective, but not a nation, more like a guild, a shared ancestry of obligation. They were those who live under the same divine contract. The term may have been less about blood and more about covenant. But then why hold on to it for centuries? Even after the rise of Akkad, and later Babylonia, the term persists. Akkadian rulers adopt it. In later texts, the black-headed people become a kind of mythic standard, the idealized human community. Even as real ethnic identities shift, languages change, cities fall, this poetic self-label lingers. It's like an old scar, faded, but still there, and that suggests something powerful. Maybe this term was one of the first attempts at a unifying myth. Not a political union, not even a shared ethnicity, but a conceptual bond, a shared story. Imagine it, across fragmented city-states, speaking dialects that shift like sand, a priest in Ur and a merchant in Lagash both refer to themselves as Sag Ji-ga. Why? Because it links them to the divine blueprint, to the original act of creation, to purpose. This is identity as function, not appearance, not tribe. You exist to maintain order me in Sumerian, a concept that includes law, ritual, balance, and cosmic harmony. The black-headed people are those who live within me. They uphold it. They're a cog in the divine mechanism. That's not nationalism. That's theology. And now, let's twist the knife. This whole identity the black-headed jets absorbed by their conquerors. Sargon of Akkad, a Semitic-speaking outsider, defeats the Sumerian city-states and declares himself king over the black-headed people. His daughter, Enheduana, the high priestess, writes poetry to Inanna that invokes the black-headed people as a spiritual nation under her goddess. Sumer is being politically replaced, but culturally, it endures. Why? Because this term, this strange, almost casual phrase, is so deeply embedded in the mythology of divine favor that even invaders wear it like a badge. It's no longer just a description, it's a claim. To rule the black-headed people is to step into the divine role of shepherd, protector, intermediary between the mortal and the divine. Which leads to the next uncomfortable question: who was excluded from this identity? If the black-headed people were us, then who were they? Some Mesopotamian texts mention enemies, nameless ones, foreign ones, the Gutians, the Martu, the Elamites, people from the mountains, the deserts, the unknown, not black-headed, not chosen, often portrayed as wild, uncultured, violent. The contrast was sharp. The black-headed are organized, pious, obedient. The outsiders are chaos embodied. So now the term functions as a boundary. It separates those inside the ritual political world of the temple city from those outside it. Again, not in terms of race, but of participation. If you weren't part of the sacred system, you weren't black-headed. If you didn't obey the rituals, you weren't black-headed. You were other. And here's the real kicker. We don't actually know what color their hair was. We don't have bodies, for the most part. We have clay figurines, statues, seals. Most of them are bald or bearded, Some have headdresses. A few have stylized hair. But there's no census. No portraiture that confirms it. So, black-headed could be poetic, symbolic, fictional, or maybe even ironic. What if the term began as a mythic phrase and only later got read as literal? What if the earliest writers weren't describing themselves physically, but mythologically? Imagine if a modern nation called itself the golden-hearted people. And then centuries later, archaeologists debate whether they all had gold jewelry or were known for their kindness. Literalism can be a trap. Maybe the black-headed people were just that, people. People who worked, worshipped, wept, and died under the desert sun. People who wanted a story to explain why they were here. Why the gods seemed so moody. Why the rivers flooded. Why kings rose and fell. And in that story, they were the chosen. Not rich, not immortal, not powerful, just chosen. Made of earth, made to serve, but also made to endure. The mystery, then, isn't what color their hair was. It's why they chose that as their identity. What was it about the phrase that stuck, even when empires fell and languages changed? Maybe it was humility, maybe pride, maybe trauma, or maybe just maybe it was the only thing they all had left after the flood. The invention of writing, cuneiform. It begins not with poetry, but with paperwork. No epics, no gods, just inventory, fish, goats, barley, beer. And from that humble clay-scribbled start, humanity unlocks its most dangerous tool writing. Cuneiform, from the Latin cuneus, meaning wedge, because that's what it was, wedge, shaped impressions pressed into soft clay with a reed stylus, the world's first writing system. Born not from inspiration, but desperation, from the chaos of commerce and the tyranny of numbers. We like to imagine writing as a divine gift, a sacred flame passed from gods to man. But in ancient Mesopotamia, it probably started with someone shouting, "Where the hell did the last shipment of sheep go?" Let's rewind. The earliest forms of what would become cuneiform emerge around 3400 to 3000 to 300 BCE in the city of Uruk, the Ur city, the seedbed of civilization. But it didn't suddenly appear like a software update. It crept in over centuries, like mold in a ledger. First came tokens. Clay counters used to represent good simple shapes for simple quantities. A cone meant a measure of grain, a sphere, a jar of oil. These were stored in envelopes, literal clay envelopes and sealed with marks. Sometimes, people pressed images into the clay to identify the sender. These were the ancestors of writing, rattling in a pouch like primitive data packets. But counting tokens wasn't enough. Someone had a flash of pragmatic genius. Why not press the symbol on the outside instead of hiding it inside? That's the moment. That's when it started. Not a sentence, not a word, just a symbol, pressed into clay. It wasn't storytelling, it wasn't law. It was bureaucracy, the seed of all civilization. And once the seed took root, it grew fast and weird. By 3000 BCE, those tokens had become symbols. The symbols were etched onto tablets. The tablets were stacked in archives. Every grain shipment, every labor contract, every beer ration for the temple worker sit, all got documented. Not because someone wanted to be remembered, but because someone else wanted to get paid. But even then, it wasn't writing in the way we mean today. These were pictograph simple images, representing objects or quantities. A fish looked like a fish. A cow looked like a cow. But language is slippery. Try drawing a picture of owing, or love, or the bastard who shorted me on copper last week. You can't run a civilization on nouns alone. So the scribes improvised. They bent the rules. They started to use symbols phonetically. A drawing of a reed might also stand in for the sound gi. Now we're getting abstract. Now we're getting dangerous. This is where cuneiform goes from accounting to alchemy. Suddenly, a symbol doesn't just mean thing, it means sound. Now you can write names, verbs, emotions. You can write lies. The first known written name in history? Kushim, not a king, not a prophet, an accountant. His name appears on a receipt for barley. He may not have been the first writer, but he's the first person we can point to and say, this one left a name behind. That's the raw power of writing. Immortality through admin. But the leap from pictographs to phonetic writing didn't happen overnight. It was messy, experimental. A few signs got reused, some mutated, others vanished. The script evolved from around 1,500 signs down to a few hundred. Over centuries, what started as scribbles became a system, but still a system only the few could master. Because cuneiform wasn't easy. Learning it took years. It wasn't like learning the alphabet. You had to memorize hundreds of signs, understand subtle variations in stroke order and angle, and apply them in a language that had no vowels and endless ambiguity. A single wedge out of place could change a god into a goat. This meant scribes weren't just note-takers, they were priests of the page, highly trained, deeply respected, often attached to temples or palaces. Writing was a tool of the elite, of power, of empire. And what a power it was! Cuneiform gave Mesopotamia memory, real memory, institutional, architectural memory. Suddenly, a king's edict could outlive the king. A trade contract could travel across borders. A myth could be copied, retold, and canonized. The world got heavier, more permanent. Every wedge in clay was a nail in the coffin of forgetfulness. But here's the twist. We still don't know exactly how this system crystallized. We don't have the Rosetta Stone for cuneiform's birth. No tablet that says, here's how we decided to turn sound into signs. What we have are scattered, fragmentary steps, experimental tablets, half-baked systems. The scribes were winging it, innovating on the fly. A decentralized revolution, driven not by philosophy, but by necessity. And necessity is brutal. Writing didn't emerge because someone wanted to write poetry. It emerged because someone wanted to control people. Think about it. Cuneiform didn't explode in a vacuum. It rose with temples, with taxes, with kings. Writing wasn't a gift from the gods. It was a leash from the top down. Control the records. Control the workers. Control the rituals. Control the gods. Control the laws. Control the future. But even as it shackled, cuneiform also unshackled. It gave rise to myth, to poetry, to the Epic of Gilgamesh, to laments for cities fallen, and hymns to stars. It gave a voice to Enheduana, the first named author in history, who poured out her soul in prayer and politics, writing of her love, rage, and power under the moon goddess. Cuneiform let people imagine worlds beyond crops and debt. It made ideas transmissible, portable, dangerous. And it lasted. Oh, it lasted. From its murky birth around 3,400 BCE, cuneiform was used for over 3,000 years, longer than the Roman Empire, longer than the English language has existed. It passed from Sumerian to Akkadian, to Babylonian, Assyrian, Elamite, and even Hittite, a script without a single people, a virus of ink and order. But it also fragmented. Each language bent the script differently. Signs mutated, rules shifted. By the late Bronze Age, reading cuneiform was like deciphering legalese in 4 dialects. Only the priestly elite could manage it. Which meant writing became a gatekeeper, again keeping the masses in their place while the kings played God with clay. And then it died. Slowly, painfully, By the time of the Persian Empire, alphabetic scripts were replacing the wedges. Aramaic, simpler and more flexible, became the new lingua franca. Cuneiform, the mighty script of empires, faded into priestly obscurity. By 100 CE, no one could read it anymore. The script that once recorded the stars, the flood, the gods, the kings was mute. It took over 2,000 years for us to dig it back up. In the 19th century, European scholars staring at tablets looted from Nineveh and Babylon finally cracked it open. A combination of linguistic obsession, cross-referencing, and stonework sleuthing revealed the secrets buried under millennia of dirt. When we finally read the texts, it was like hearing a voice across time whisper, "We were here, we felt, we feared, we fought death with ink." But even now, we haven't read everything. Thousands of tablets still sit untranslated in museum vaults. Some of them are grocery lists. Others might be unknown myths, lost histories, ancient voices still waiting to be heard. And maybe that's the final irony. The invention of writing gave humanity a way to remember, but it also gave us a way to forget differently. Because now, what we forget isn't just lost. It's buried in language, waiting for someone to learn how to listen. So, next time you tap a keyboard, or scrawl a note, or text someone something dumb, you're playing with magic older than iron, older than wheels, older than war. You're dancing with the ghost of Uruk, the collapse of the Akkadian Empire. Empires don't die peacefully. They bleed out, slowly, loudly, sometimes silently, sometimes all at once. And the Akkadian Empire, the world's first true empire, didn't just fall, it imploded. Not with a bang, not with a whimper, but with a howling vacuum of power that still echoes through time like wind across ruins. Founded by Sargon the Great in the 24th century BCE, Akkad wasn't just a city, it was an idea, a radical one. Take the patchwork city-states of Mesopotamia, smash them together, centralize power under one king, and rule not just through conquest but through language, logistics, and legacy. And, for a while, it worked. Sargon carved out an empire stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. His face was minted on statues, his name echoed in hymns, his dynasty ruled for over a century. His grandson, Naram-Sin, even declared himself a god, not a servant of the gods, a god, the divine king of Akkad, the one who dared to wear a horned helmet, previously reserved for deities alone. That should have been a warning sign, because after Naram-Sin, things get messy. The empire that had once boasted of taming the four corners of the universe begins to fracture. The grand machinery of centralized rule, logistics, tribute, bureaucracy starts to sputter. Cities rebel, crops fail, enemies stir on the horizon, and then, sometime around 2154 BCE, Akkad collapses. Not just declines, collapses. But here's the haunting part. We don't know exactly why. Oh, we have theories. Plenty of them. Environmental, political, social, religious. But no single explanation quite fits. The story of Akkad's fall is a puzzle with too many missing pieces and too many conflicting ones. Let's start with the most popular scapegoat, climate. In the last few decades, archaeologists and climate scientists have unearthed evidence of a mega drought that hit Mesopotamia around the time of Akkad's decline. Core samples from ancient lakes and soil layers suggest a massive drying event. Rainfall plummeted, rivers shrank, crops failed, entire regions turned to dust. Suddenly, the breadbasket of the empire became a dust bowl. This wasn't just a bad season, it lasted for 300 years. If that's true, the implications are apocalyptic. Imagine trying to run an empire when your farms die, your water disappears, and your people begin to starve. Tribute stops flowing. Soldiers desert. Cities revolt. Infrastructure collapses. The climate doesn't just change the weather, it tears the guts out of civilization. But even climate isn't a complete answer. Empires have survived droughts before. They adapt, they shift, they store. So why couldn't Akkad? Maybe because Akkad wasn't built to bend. It was an empire of tight control, of tribute routes, conscripted labor, and rigid administration. When the food ran out, the gears jammed. And once the gears jammed, the people turned. And that brings us to the Gutians. In the post-collapse chaos, Akkadian texts begin to reference a mysterious group of invaders from the Zagros Mountains, the Gutians. They're described as savage, lawless, godless. A people of no fixed cities, who descended on the fertile plains like locusts. The chroniclers blame them for destroying cities, toppling temples, and ending the empire. Classic fall guy narrative. Outsiders wreck everything. Barbarians at the gates. But here's the twist. We don't actually know who the Gutians were. Their language? Unknown. Their origin? Debated. Their impact? Murky. They appear, cause chaos, and vanish from the historical record almost as suddenly as they arrived. Were they the cause of Akkad's collapse? Or the opportunistic scavengers feeding on a carcass already dying? Because even as the Gutians looted and burned, internal collapse was already well underway. Records from the late Akkadian period describe famines, rebellions, economic disintegration. Scribes lament the breakdown of order. Farmers flee their fields. Roads become dangerous. Trade stops. It wasn't one hammer strike, it was 1,000 cracks. Then, there's the ideological component. After Naram, sin's god complex wore off, so did the public's tolerance for hubris. Later texts refer to the Akkadian collapse as divine punishment. One famous literary piece, The Curse of Akkad, tells a poetic version of events. The gods, angered by Naram, sin's arrogance, specifically his destruction of the temple of Enlil at Nippur, withdraw their blessings. Chaos follows. The empire falls. This may be propaganda justification for new dynasties, but it also reflects a deeper truth: loss of legitimacy. Empires don't just fall because of weather or war. They fall when people stop believing in them, when the divine mandate wears thin, when the myth of order collapses. And Akkad was all myth. It had to be. The first empire has no blueprint to follow. Sargon built something out of nothing, a centralized authority where none existed. That takes violence, yes, but also narrative. The idea of Akkad had to be sold, reified, immortalized. And when it fell, that myth inverted. From glory to cautionary tale. In the ruins of the empire, the Sumerian city-states clawed their way back to the surface. The so-called Ur-III dynasty rises from the ashes, claiming to restore order, ritual, and the favor of the gods. Their kings reference Akkad not as a golden age, but as a warning. Look what happens, they say, when power becomes pride. But even they couldn't completely erase Akkad's memory, because the Akkadians left behind something more enduring than empire: language. Akkadianonce, the tongue of conquerors, became the lingua franca of the region for over 1,000 years. Babylonian, Assyrian, even Elamite scribes wrote in Akkadian. Its grammar, its vocabulary, its bureaucratic precision became the skeleton of Mesopotamian administration long after the city of Akkad itself faded from maps. Yes, that's right. We don't even know where Akkad was. We've never found the city. The capital of the world's first empire is lost. We know it existed, dozens of texts mention it, but no one knows where it is. Somewhere along the Euphrates, north of Babylon? Maybe swallowed by river shifts, war, or the slow decay of time. That's the last indignity. The empire that once claimed universal rule became a ghost. A clay language legacy with no hometown. But maybe that's fitting. Maybe an empire built on abstraction, on writing, systems. Divine titles deserve to vanish physically, leaving only its structures behind. So what really killed Akkad? Take your pick. Climate change, famine, rebellion, invasion, economic collapse, loss of faith, divine wrath, hubris. The truth is probably all of them. A cascade failure, a perfect storm, an object lesson in fragility masquerading as strength. And here's the chilling part. It was the first, but not the last. The Akkadian collapse set a template. Other empires would follow its arc. Rise fast, claim eternity, crash hard. Babylon, Assyria, Rome. Every great power since has heard the echo of Akkad's fall. But there's one more thing, one thread that whispers through the wreckage. Some of the last tablets written under the Akkadian regime don't talk about gods or kings. They talk about dreams, nightmares, visions of floods, of burning skies, of gods abandoning the temples. A culture hallucinating its own death. And even as the empire crumbled, some scribe, still bent over his clay, kept writing. Because that's what Akkad gave the world. A voice in collapse. The ability to document your own undoing, to turn failure into artifact, to make your fall into someone else's warning. So the Akkadian Empire died, but it didn't disappear. Its language lived, its scribes survived, its myths traveled, its ruins whispered. And in the chaos left behind, a new mystery rose from the highlands. A strange people, with no clear origin. Rulers who emerged from nowhere and vanished just as fast. The Gutians. Who were they? And why did they seem to dissolve into smoke after breaking an empire? The disappearance of the Gutians. They came from the mountains like fog on hooves. The Gutiansa name, spoken with disdain in the scribal halls of post-Akkadian Mesopotamia, weren't so much a people as a specter. In the surviving records, they are portrayed not as conquerors in chariots or rulers with law codes, but as unclean ghosts of empire's end. They swept in from the northeast, from the rugged Zagros Mountains, and for a brief, brutal window, they ruled parts of Sumer, and then they vanished. No dynasty, no great monuments, no grand temples or hymns to Gutian gods. They arrive in the historical record like a thunderclap, and disappear like mist under a hot sun. It's one of the great unsolved riddles of ancient Mesopotamia. Who were the Gutians? And where the hell did they go? Let's start with what we know, or rather, what we're told by their enemies. The Gutians appear in the aftermath of the Akkadian Empire's collapse, sometime around 2150 BCE. They are mentioned in Sumerian sources as a wild, barbaric people who poured into the lowlands from the highlands, broke the old city-states, toppled what was left of Akkad, and installed their own rule. They are accused of desecrating temples, neglecting the gods, and plunging the land into a dark age. But hold up. All of those accounts come from the losers and their successors. It's like trying to learn about the Mongols from 13th century European monks. There's bias baked into the clay. The Sumerian king list, that legendary fusion of myth and propaganda, devotes a few lines to the Gutians. It lists them as a legitimate dynasty sort of. Noted, not honored, their reign is short. A handful of kings, strange names. And then, poof, a new Sumerian dynasty rises from and the Gutians are booted from the narrative. But buried in those dry lines is a hint. The Gutians ruled, not just raided. They didn't destroy the Mesopotamian world, they governed parts of it. Badly, perhaps, but governance implies infrastructure. Bureaucracy. Systems. So where are the tablets? The archives? The evidence? That's the first mystery. We have almost no Gutian records. Unlike the Akkadians, who left behind thousands of administrative documents, the Gutians left no known inscriptions in their own language. No epic, no law code, no royal proclamations. Either they didn't write or they wrote on perishable materials or, most hauntingly, their records were deliberately destroyed. Because here's what happens when you're the transitional regime between glory and rebirth. You become the scapegoat. Later, Sumerian texts portray the Gutians as subhuman. One poem compares them to snakes, locusts, and ravaging dogs. It accuses them of not understanding proper ritual, of letting the temples fall into ruin, of letting the people starve while the gods turn their backs. Sounds familiar? This is political theater. The Ur-III dynasty, which rises right after the Gutians are expelled, builds its legitimacy by painting itself as the restorer of cosmic order. And that order needed a contrast. Chaos, villainy, a bogeyman. Enter the Gutians. It's likely that the Gutians weren't as monstrous or incompetent as portrayed. If anything, they were probably a confederation of highland tribes who moved into Mesopotamia during a power vacuum. Maybe opportunists. Maybe mercenaries who got too comfortable. Maybe former Akkadian auxiliaries who decided to carve up the spoils. Whatever the case, they filled a void and were soon crushed by the return of the old gods. When Utu-Hegel, the prince of Uruk, and later Ur-Nammu, founder of the Ur-III dynasty, rise to power, they don't just expel the Gutians, they mythologize their defeat. Utu-Hegel writes a victory hymn boasting about drowning the Gutian king Tirigan in divine wrath. Ur-Nammu takes the throne and claims to restore justice and ritual after the years of Gutian darkness. It's a brilliant move. Every rebirth needs a fall. Every golden age needs a shadow. And the Gutians, with their strange names and mysterious origins, were tailor-made for the role. But still, where did they go? After Tirigan is defeated, the Gutians vanish from history. No records of mass executions, no tales of genocide, no refugee migrations noted in the texts. One moment they rule. The next, they're gone. It's tempting to imagine they returned to the mountains, faded back into the highlands like wolves. But that's just guesswork. The truth is, we don't know. They dissolve in the records as quickly as they arrived. Possibility 1. Assimilation. The Gutians may have intermarried with local populations, been absorbed into the social fabric of Mesopotamia, and lost their distinct identity. A few generations later, no one remembers the difference. The name becomes a slur, then a footnote, then nothing. Possibility 2. Exile or retreat. Perhaps after defeat, the Gutians returned to their homeland in the Zagros. If they had no script of their owner, if they used perishable materials, their history would have been self-contained, ephemeral. Once they left Mesopotamia, their cultural trace evaporated. Possibility 3. Deliberate erasure. We must not underestimate the power of post-Gutian regimes to rewrite the past. The Ur-III dynasty had every incentive to erase the Gutians from official memory. If they destroyed records, toppled monuments, and rebranded cities, then the Gutians wouldn't just be gone, they'd be unmade. And that leads us to the most chilling possibility. Maybe the Gutians were never a people in the unified sense. Maybe they were a labella catch-all for hill tribes, raiders, migrants, a concept more than a nation, used by lowlanders to describe the uncivilized other. If so, then Gutian is less a name than a myth, a narrative crutch to explain a dark, chaotic chapter that was easier to blame on outsiders than confront as a failure from within. And that makes the disappearance no less real, just harder to define. But here's the kicker. Despite their vilification, the Gutians became part of the cycle. Future Mesopotamian texts invoke their name like a curse. May your land be filled with Gutians, one text sneers, as if summoning demons. In the Lament for Ur, the fall of the great Sumerian city is compared to the earlier Gutian devastation, as if history is always repeating its darkest chapters. This is how empires remember, with monsters. They turn their failures into fables, their invaders into myth. And the Gutians? They got mythologized to death. And yet, something lingers. What little we do know of Themis scratches at the edges of the known world. Mountain dwellers. Possibly Indo-European, possibly not. Maybe a tribe, maybe many. They may have spoken a language unrelated to Sumerian or Akkadian. They may have had beliefs, gods, heroes of their own. But history is written by the scribes who survive, and the Gutians didn't write, or if they did, we haven't found it. So all we have are the fragments left behind by their enemies, the sneers carved into stone, the curses woven into hymns, the ghost stories that follow every fall. But think about this. The Gutians did something unprecedented. They broke the first empire, Akkad, mighty Akkad, with its god-kings and writing and war machines. The Gutians didn't just survive it, they ended it. And that makes them more than raiders, more than scapegoats. They were the reset button. They prove that no system is unbreakable, that no empire is eternal, that history is not a straight line but a heartbeat of rise and ruin. They are the blank space between Akkad and Ur-3, the silence between verses. And if we strain hard enough, we might just hear them laughing from the mountains, outliving the clay that tried to erase them. But silence is a kind of power, and sometimes the most dangerous people in history are the ones who don't leave behind a single word, because what follows isn't always peace. After the Gutians were gone, a new power rose from the Ashesa poet, a priestess and a daughter of empire. Her name was Enheduana, and her words would outlast the kings. The identity of Enheduana. The sun rises differently when you write your own name into history. Enheduana wasn't just a daughter of a king. She wasn't just a priestess, or a poet, or a woman with a stylus in a man's world. She was the first named author in all of human history. And she knew exactly what she was doing. She signed her name in cuneiform on hymns, on political manifestos disguised as prayer, on temple dedications. She declared herself high priestess of the moon god Nana in Ur. She stitched her voice into the language of the gods. And across the dust and silence of 4,000 years, her words are still here. The mystery is, who was she really? Let's start with the facts we have fragmented. Riddle, baked into clay. Enheduana was the daughter of Sargon of Akkad, the empire builder, the man who turned a city-state into a continental force. When Sargon swept through Sumer and established Akkadian dominance, he didn't just want conquest, he wanted legitimacy, control over the gods. And for that, he needed a political move cloaked in divine authority. So he appointed his daughter to be the high priestess of Nana at Ur. This wasn't just nepotism, it was genius. The priestess of Nana called the Entu wasn't a ceremonial figure. She was the living link between the gods and the people. She oversaw rituals, interpreted omens, managed temple lands, and spoke for the divine in political matters. By placing Enheduana in this role, Sargon bound his bloodline to the very foundation of Sumerian spiritual life. But Enheduana wasn't just a pawn. She took the role and redefined it. She didn't just serve in silence, she wrote, and in writing, she claimed identity, authorship, memory. Her most famous work, The Exaltation of Inanna, isn't a quiet devotional. It's a roar, a hymn, a rage, a political plea, a spiritual testimony. It describes her exile during a rebellion, her anguish, her prayers, and her ultimate return to power. And at the end, she signs it. I, Enheduana. It's not modest. It's not hidden in third-person obliques like later authors. She names herself. That act more than anything changes the game. Enheduana becomes the first person in recorded history to attach a personal name to a literary work. Not a king, Not a god, not a scribe ghostwriting for the palace, but a woman writing her experience, her suffering, her fury, her triumph. And yet, we know so little about her. The historical Enheduana and the mythic Enheduana blur. Was she truly Sargon's daughter? Likely, but not provable. Did she write all the hymns attributed to her? Possibly not. Were her words edited, recopied, altered by later scribes to fit new political regimes? Almost certainly. But even through those distortions, her voice endures. In the Exaltation of Inanna, she tells us that she was cast out of her temple by Lugalan, a usurper. She describes how she was stripped of her role, forced to wander, weep, and beg the goddess Inanna for aid. Her language is visceral. She doesn't speak in abstract divine symbols, she bleeds emotion. I, who once sat triumphant, now dwell in darkness. She recounts the ritual humiliation of being exiled, not just politically, but spiritually. In the ancient world, to be cast out of a temple wasn't just losing a job, it was losing your cosmic function, your soul's purpose. It was death by exile. And then, in the hymn, she returns, reinstated, vindicated, elevated, even higher. That arc from power, to fall, to resurrection, isn't just religious. It's autobiographical, political, literary. It's the template of the hero. Enheduana wrote herself not as a footnote in her father's reign, but as a protagonist in the divine drama of empire. She used language her own invention of Sumerian Akkadian hybrid poetics to assert not just survival, but authority. And that's the deeper mystery. How much power did she really have? As high priestess of Nana, Enheduana wielded both religious and economic control. The temples in weren't just places of worship, they were institutions, banks, granaries, courts, landholders. She managed vast resources, negotiated with city leaders, presided over festivals that reinforced imperial ideology. But more than anything, she crafted narrative. She wasn't just telling storia, she was rewriting the divine order. In her hymns, Inanna isn't just a goddess of love and war, she's the ultimate authority, the arbiter of kingship, the force that can raise and ruin dynasties. Enheduana doesn't just pray to Inanna, she collaborates with her. It's radical theology disguised as piety. And through it, Enheduana advances the Akkadian political project. By elevating Inanna, a Sumerian goddess, and fusing her with Ishtar, her Akkadian counterpart, Enheduana creates a unifying deity, a divine bridge between conquered Sumer and conquering Akkad. Religion as imperial glue. That's power. So why isn't she better known? Partly because her work was buried literally and figuratively. Cuneiform tablets survive only by accident. Many of her writings were rediscovered in the 20th century and only partially translated. For centuries, she was a name without a story. Partly because history, for most of its written stretch, has been a male chorus. Women's voices were often silenced, or attributed elsewhere, or written out entirely. That Enheduana's name survived at all is miraculous, but mostly because her legacy is complicated. She was a priestess but also a politician, a poet but also a propagandist. Her voice is personal, but her goals were imperial. She wrote about exile and pain, but she also crafted the mythology of empire. She is both a symbol of female authorship and elite power, which is what makes her so dangerous and so important. Enheduana didn't just write, she weaponized writing. She understood its power to shape memory, theology, legitimacy, and she made herself part of the machinery. She turned herself into myth. And myths, if told right, do not die. So here's the paradox. We know her through her words, but we do not know her at all. The real Enheduana is lost behind the stylized voice. the ritual language, the curated suffering. She emerges only in glimpses. In the trembling defiance of a line like, "Queen, beloved of An, I have spoken your wrath. Let it be turned aside from me." In the weary pride of, the composition is finished, and Enheduana is the author. She was not a rebel. She was not a martyr. She was something rarer. She was a survivor who wrote herself into power. And that's the oldest trick in the book. Because once writing exists, so does editing, so does erasure, so does reinvention. Enheduana was first, but she wouldn't be the last. Every ruler, every regime, every religion that followed would pick up the stylus and learn the game. Control the pen, control the past, control the gods. And when Enheduana died, no epic was written for her. No statue survives with her face. But the clay remembers. Her words were copied for centuries by scribes who didn't know her. They were used to train students, to teach grammar, to fill shelves, to glorify rulers who had no idea whose fire they were borrowing. And one day, someone will find another tablet, another hymn, another echo, and it will say, in that dry, wedge-shaped whisper, "I, Enheduana." But what came after her? What kind of empire could rise on such poetic ruins? Look no further than her city. And beneath it, the royal tombs, riches, corpses, gold, and a blood-soaked question. Why were so many buried alive and dead for a single king? Before we descend into the lavish tombs and their chilling secrets, now's a perfect time to subscribe if you haven't already. And while we're here, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it? Are you deep into a midnight rabbit hole or just starting your day with some ancient intrigue? Let me know below. The royal tombs of gold, lapis lazuli, carnelian, silver, dagger blades and lyres, helmets and harps, drinking vessels and wheeled chariots with crushed human bones beneath the wheels. And silence. Endless silence. The royal tombs of are not graves. They are statements. They scream across 4,500 years, not just of death, but of deliberate, orchestrated performance. A civilization putting on its darkest, most gilded mask. A mask of kingship, of divinity, of ritualized slaughter. Discovered in the 1920s by Leonard Woolley, a British archaeologist with a knack for drama and a flair for storytelling, the tombs of shocked the world. What he unearthed beneath the dust and dunes of southern Iraq wasn't just a burial ground, it was a theater of death. An orchestration of finality so grand, it forces one terrible question into focus. Why were people buried like this? We're talking about royal graves from the early dynastic period around 2600 BCE. These weren't the dusty remains of a forgotten noble or a lost merchant prince. These were vaults of splendor, carved into the ground, lined with stone, packed with riches and corpses. The most famous among them is the tomb of Puabi, sometimes referred to as Queen Puabi, though her exact title remains debated. Inside her chamber, archaeologists found her adorned in a golden headdress, an elaborate diadem, intricate jewelry, and lying next to her, the bodies of dozens of attendants. Woolley's excavation revealed 16 royal tombs in total, each one unique, but they shared one common feature. They weren't alone. The graves of these elites were surrounded by the bodies of dozens of other servants, guards, musicians, ox cart drivers, grooms. In some tombs, over 70 individuals were buried with the central figure, laid out neatly, clothed, adorned, with cups beside them, instruments in hand, horses still harnessed to their chariots. It wasn't a massacre. It was a ceremony. This is where the mystery begins. Were these people sacrificed? Did they go willingly? Were they drugged? Did they believe they were entering the afterlife in service to their ruler? Were they coerced? Or was this some horrific prestige ritual where the death of a king demanded a court to follow him into the void? The evidence is disturbing. In some of the earlier interpretations, Woolley argued that these attendants had voluntarily taken poisona, kind of Mesopotamian courtly euthanasia. He found no signs of trauma on the skulls. The bodies were positioned peacefully, cups near the mouth, as if they'd gone to sleep. But more recent analyses done with more modern tools tell a darker story. Many of the bodies show signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. Massive, fatal blows, like a heavy instrumenta mace or club had been used. Not all, but many. Enough to cast serious doubt on the peaceful passing theory. So perhaps the attendants weren't gently drinking death. Perhaps they were ritually executed, one by one, as part of a carefully choreographed send-off. The peace of their poses could have come after the violence bodies rearranged post-mortem to fit the image of a glorious departure. The term often used to describe these scenes is retainer sacrifice, a practice where the death of a ruler demands the death of his or her retainers to serve them in the next world. But takes it further. This isn't just a few servants buried nearby. This is a parade of the dead. Chariots, musicians, maidens, all perfectly posed as if frozen in the middle of a ceremony. It's not a funeral. It's a staged royal afterlife, constructed underground. And then there's the music. Several tombs included lyres, ancient stringed instruments, many still beautifully preserved. One famous example is the bull-headed lyre, with its golden bovine face and lapis lazuli beard. Found near the body of a female musician. Was she playing it as she died? Or was it simply her badge of office, buried with her like a soldier's shield? In these tombs, identity is reduced to role. The lyre player dies with her lyre. The charioteer dies in his chariot. The court lady dies in her finery. The ruler dies in the center of it all, surrounded by a frozen tableau of hierarchy. This is death as performance art, as power play. Which brings us back to the core question. Why? Why go to these lengths? Why bury so many with one? One theory is religious. That in early dynastic Sumer, the king or queen wasn't just a ruler, they were seen as a divine vessel. Their passage into the afterlife wasn't a personal journey, it was a cosmic event. A transition that had to be witnessed, celebrated, and mirrored in death as it was in life. So the retainer sacrifices weren't just loyalty, they were necessity. The king needed a court in the next world just as he needed one in this. To bury him alone would be to insult the godstow, break the ritual symmetry between heaven and earth. Another theory is political. These grand death ceremonies may have been used to project authority. In a world of competing city-states, where power was tenuous and kingship was always contested, burying a ruler in splendor with a cast of dozens was a way to demonstrate absolute control. It says, "Look how powerful I was, that even in death, the living followed me into the grave." That kind of message isn't just for the gods, it's for the survivors, it's for the next ruler, it's for the scribes and the soldiers and the citizens who need to believe that kingship is not mortal, that it transcends. But there's something else, something more terrifying. What if these mass burials weren't about ritual or politics? What if they were about fear? A ruler dies, the state is unstable, the court is vulnerable, assassinations, coups, factional bloodshed, it's all on the table. So you eliminate the problem, you bury the court with the king, wipe the slate, start over. It's brutal, but effective. No succession crisis if no one's left to fight over the throne. And then there's Queen Puabi. Her tomb was the richest, the most elaborate. Her name is inscribed on a cylinder seal, identifying her with the title Nina, Sumerian word, meaning lady or queen. No mention of her husband. No king buried beside her. She might have ruled alone. And if she did, then her burial wasn't just ritual, it was unprecedented. A woman in power, in the early 3rd millennium BCE, buried with dozens of attendants, buried like a king, or more, and yet we know nothing else. No records, no decrees, no hymns, just the grave. That's the cruel paradox of Ur's royal tombs. They are silent epics, beautiful, brutal, overwhelming in their opulence but mute. We don't know the names of the musicians, the drivers, the sacrificial attendants. We barely know the names of the rulers. All that survives is the show. And maybe that was the point. In a culture that revered permanence of stone, of writing, of legacy, royal tombs were stories told in architecture, a way to bypass the fragility of memory, to say, "You will not forget me, because you cannot ignore this." And they were right. We don't know what they believed, but we remember what they built, or buried. Because once you see the death pits of Ur, you never unsee them. So the tombs raise more questions than they answer. Were the sacrifices willing or coerced? Were they seen as honor or horror? Were the dead immortalized or erased? The mystery isn't just archaeological, it's philosophical. What kind of society decides that a good death involves 50 other people? What kind of power convinces others to lie down and die, whether by poison, by club, or by myth? And how close are we, really, to such beliefs? We may not bury our dead with their accountants and baristas, but we still believe in legacy through spectacle, in monuments, in curated obituaries, in lives reduced to rolls, memorialized in stone or screen. The royal tombs of Ur are not so alien. They are just the most honest version of the thing we still do: die, and try to take a piece of the world with us. But beneath the gold and the bones, there's another story waiting. A mosaic, a box, a riddle in blue stone and red shell, the so-called Standard of Ur. What was it? A flag? A coffin lid? A musical instrument? A map? Or a story, told in silence, of peace and war, kingship and death? The dead are waiting, the Standard of Ur. It was buried beside the dead like a secret. Discovered in one of the most lavish tombs of the royal cemetery of Ur, possibly belonging to Queen Puabith, so-called Standard of Ur, is a small rectangular box, no bigger than a briefcase. It is covered in mosaics of lapis lazuli, red limestone, and shell, set into a background of black bitumen. It is fragile, beautiful, unnerving. It is also a complete mystery. What is it? A musical instrument? A ritual chest? A war standard to be carried into battle? A box for holding something sacred? A symbol of rulership? A coffin panel? A historical record? A myth in visual form? No one knows. The name Standard was invented by its discoverer, Leonard Woolley, in the 1920s. He imagined it might have been mounted on a pole and carried into war like a flag, but that's pure guesswork. The object has no pole-mounting apparatus, no handles, no inscription that tells us anything about its function. So let's talk about what we can see. The Standard has two long rectangular sides, usually referred to as the war side and the peace side. They are mirror-like oppositist visions of a world, two states of kingship, possibly even two versions of reality. On the war side, the narrative unfolds from bottom to top. At the base, chariots pulled by onagers, wild asses, trample enemies. Warriors stand tall, armed with spears and axes. In the middle register, prisoners are captured, stripped, marched. At the top, a line of soldiers presents these prisoners to a figure seated in the center, a man, larger than the others, dressed in ceremonial garb, presumably the king. It is a scene of conquest, of controlled violence, of dominion. But it's not chaos. It's orderly brutality. The soldiers are aligned. The chariots move in rhythm. The king sits calmly, watching as order is enforced through blood. Then there's the peace side. Same format, same horizontal registers. But now, no weapons, no prisoners, no chariots. Instead, servants carry goods fish, livestock, baskets. Musicians play lyres. Figures drink from cups. The king again sits in the top register, surrounded by attendants, feasting. It is a scene of ritual abundance, prosperity, leisure, celebration. Together, the two sides don't just contrast, they complete each other. War leads to peace. Peace is secured by war. The king presides over both. It's not a paradox. It's a political philosophy. Power is both the sword and the cup. But then there's the visual language. Look closer at the way the figures are arranged. On both sides, the king is always larger than everyone else. He's in the top register, elevated in both scale and position. This isn't realism. It's hieratic scalia visual code where size equals importance. This tells us something critical. This isn't documentary art. This is ideology in mosaic. So perhaps the standard of is not a standard at all, but a manifesto, a portable expression of kingship, a myth in stone and shell. Not something to carry into battle, but something to show visiting dignitaries, or perhaps even gods. But why was it buried? Was it the king's personal possession, a sacred relic, a representation of his rule, entombed with him to carry his authority into the afterlife? Or was it ritually decommissioned, killed along with its owner, laid to rest in the death pit as part of the ceremony of endings? Let's think about what it says, regardless of what it was. On the war side, violence is not random, it is purposeful, structured. Even the trampling of enemies by chariot wheels is done in sequence. The fallen are not just bodies, they are subjects. They exist in the narrative only to show victory. The soldiers wear kilts, their weapons are standardized, their formation is tight. This isn't a mob, it's a state apparatus. The king receives the prisoners not with glee, but with calm. This is not a celebration of cruelty, it's a visualized legal order. The enemy transgressed, the king responded. Justice bloody, but just. Then we flip to peace. Here, the king is not a warrior but a host. Food is laid out, a drinking cup raised, musicians pluck strings, the body count is replaced by head count. The wealth of the land flows toward the throne in tribute and abundance. But here's the trick. The peace side only makes sense after the war side. Without war, there is no peace. Without conquest, there is no tribute. Without prisoners, there are no toasts. It's a closed circuit, a royal logic. And the king is the hinge. This tells us more about early Mesopotamian kingship than 100 lists of names. The king is not a tyrant. He is not a servant. He is the axis, the living boundary between chaos and order, between slaughter and ceremony. Which brings us to the material itself. Lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, red limestone from Iran, shell from the Gulf, bitumen from the Euphrates Valley. This thing was international. Its materials are a map of trade networks, of geopolitical reach. It wasn't just a pretty box. It was a statement of connections, of wealth pulled in from the edges of the known world, compressed into a portable narrative. And it's not alone. Other tombs in yielded similar motifs. Lyres with bulls' heads, vessels with royal iconography. The themes repeat: war and feast, power and provision. The standard of simply condenses it into one crystalline object. But still, what was it for? Some believe it may have been the soundboard of a musical instrument. The rectangular shape, the hollow structure it fits. Music, after all, was essential in Mesopotamian ritual. And to combine war and peace into a single instrument would be poetic. Others believe it was a chest, used to hold sacred objects, maybe ritual items or symbols of kingship, or even divination tools, a kind of temple in a box. Some propose it was a portable icon shown during ceremonies, perhaps carried during processions, like a religious standard, hence Woolley's guess. But there's no proof. The standard of is silent. It doesn't explain itself. No inscription, no accompanying text, no, "This belongs to King X of City Y." Just images, scenes, poses. And maybe that's all it needed. Because the power of the standard isn't in what it does, it's in what it shows. It shows a worldview, a binary logic, an eternal cycle. Conflict breeds hierarchy. Hierarchy enables prosperity. Prosperity demands loyalty. Loyalty enforces order. Order authorizes violence. Rinse, repeat. It's Mesopotamian realpolitik in miniature. And buried with the dead. But why bury it? Why consign such a potent object to the tomb? Perhaps because it had done its work. Its king was dead, his rule complete. To keep the standard among the living would have been sacrilege, or dangerous. Maybe the standard was too powerful to be repurposed. So they entombed it like a pharaoh's scepter, to remind the gods, this man ruled rightly. He wielded war and peace with justice. He deserves his place among the honored dead. Or maybe it was an offering, a bribe, a gift to the underworld, a final flex. But here's what lingers. The standard of was never meant to be read like a text. It was meant to be seen, understood instantly, like propaganda, like a flag, like a brand. And it worked. 4,000 years later, we still stare, still speculate, still get chills. Because buried in that box is the seed of something we still live with today. The idea that peace is the result of power, not its opposite. That a ruler who can conquer is also the one who should feast. That violence is a precondition of civilization. And that the people beneath the king, the soldiers, the servants, the prisoners sexist, only to support the narrative. The standard of isn't just an artifact, it's a mirror. It shows us what kingship was, and still is. But what was the king ruling over? A temple, yes. A palace, a city, but also a ziggurat. A mountain of mud brick, a man-made step to the gods. What happened on top of it? We're not sure. But it might just explain how the heavens were measured, and how power climbed skyward. The ziggurat's purpose. Imagine a mountain where there should be none. A staircase to the sky, built in flatlands where even a modest hill is an anomaly. No stone, just sun-baked mud brick piled in precision, tier by tier, step by step, until it towers over the city like the spine of a sleeping god. This is the ziggurat. A pyramid by way of bureaucracy. A temple by way of engineering. A riddle in 7 layers, rising not to be entered, but to be ascended. The ancient Mesopotamians didn't build temples like the Greeks or the Egyptians. Their gods weren't cloistered inside dark, mysterious sanctuaries. Their gods descended to visit. They didn't live among mortals, they dropped in from the heavens. And when they did, they needed a landing pad. Enter the ziggurat, a staged platform rising above the city, a celestial invitation written in brick. But what exactly happened there? That's the mystery. We know ziggurats were sacred. We know they were built adjacent to major temples. We know they were maintained by priests and supported by state labor. We even know their names. The ziggurat of was called Etemeniguru House, whose foundation creates terror. Others were named House of the 7 Guides of Heaven, or House of the Mountain. These weren't just buildings. They were cosmic coordinates. Architecture is cosmology. But here's what we don't know. Were they temples in the traditional sense? Were they observatories? Were they stages for ritual? Were they towers of silence? Did anyone actually go to the top? Let's start with the structure. Ziggurats were built in layers, massive square platforms stacked atop one another, usually with 3 to 7 levels. Each level was smaller than the one below, creating a stepped, tapering profile. They weren't hollow. There were no grand chambers inside, no winding passages like a pyramid, just solid mass. That alone tells us something. They were not built to be explored. They were built to be seen, to dominate the skyline, to alter the silhouette of the city, to turn the flat into vertical, to defy nature. They were made of millions of mud bricks, not stone. Mud brick, sun-dried and vulnerable, needed constant maintenance. Every year, cracks had to be sealed, bricks replaced, vegetation scraped off. Maintaining a ziggurat wasn't just ritual, it was logistical warfare against time, rain, and gravity. And still they built them. Why? Let's dig into the cosmology. To the Mesopotamians, the universe was layered. Heaven above, earth in the middle, underworld below. The gods lived in heaven but could descend to earth, to specific places, at specific times, under specific conditions. Ziggurats were portals, not residences. They were not homes for the gods, they were connectors. The gods didn't move freely. They needed alignment, invitation, a landing sequence. The ziggurat, with its elevated shrine at the summit, was the docking platform. This shrine, called the Ziggurats, the literal top of the spiritual pyramid. Small, sacred, possibly gilded, possibly veiled. This was the space where the divine could touch the mortal. It was off limits to all but the highest priests, maybe even only the king. Did the god truly descend? Did anyone witness it? We don't know, but the rituals suggest they believed it could happen. And the ziggurat was the axis. But not just religious. The ziggurat was also political. Look at the skyline of a Mesopotamian city-state. The ziggurat towers over everything: houses, markets, palaces. It is the central column of the city's identity. It proclaims, this is where heaven meets earth. It legitimizes the priesthood, the temple economy, and the king who funds it. To control the ziggurat was to control divine access. And divine access is power. But what happened on the stairs? There's evidence that ziggurats were used for ritual processions. Priests climbing the steps, offerings carried, music played, chants rising with the bodies. At certain festivals, perhaps the king himself ascended to perform, to speak, to witness the descending of the divine. There's a tantalizing possibility that the ziggurat wasn't just a tower, it was a clock, that its alignment, its height, its placement played a role in astronomy. Consider, the Mesopotamians were obsessed with the stars. They cataloged constellations, tracked planetary movements, predicted eclipses. Their priests were mathematicians. Their gods had orbits. If the ziggurat was high enough, it could have functioned as a sky-watching platforma place to mark solstices, equinoxes, lunar phases. From the top, a priest astronomer could see further, clearer, could align temples with celestial events, could make the stars speak. And what is astrology but the projection of power onto the cosmos? The ziggurat may have been the earliest observatory, not for science, but for prophecy, for calculating omens, for aligning earthly decisions with celestial signals. And yet, there's something weirder. The ziggurat may have been designed to deter, to humble, to remind mortals of their place. You don't just walk up a ziggurat, you ascend it, slowly, step by step, exposed, no handrails, no shade, under the burning Mesopotamian sun. By the time you reach the top, your legs are shaking, your breath is short, and your soul is primed for revelation. The climb is the pilgrimage. It humbles the body before the spirit can rise. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the ziggurat is the embodiment of effort. You don't get to touch the divine without sweating for it, without climbing, without risk. Which leads us to the greatest ziggurat of them all, the Etemenanki, the foundation of heaven and earth. Believed to be the prototype for the Tower of Babel myth in later biblical texts, Etemenanki stood in Babylon. It rose, some say, over 300 feet. Its base was the size of a football field. Its construction took generations, and it terrified those who saw it. Why? Because it was ambitious. Too ambitious. It dared to touch the sky, which is why the story of Babel exists, a warning against hubris, against trying to build too close to the gods, against ziggurats that climb too high. But in Sumer, Akkad, and that ambition wasn't sin, it was devotion. To build a ziggurat was to reorder the cosmos, to say, here, in this place, the world is aligned. Heaven above, underworld below, city in the middle, temple at the heart. Ziggurat as the thread that connects it all. And when the king builds one, he's not just laying bricks. He's inscribing his name into the axis of creation. His name becomes part of the stairway. And like the mud brick itself, it must be renewed, maintained, rebuilt with every generationer, else the gods forget, the portal fades, the city dies. Because gods don't stay where they're not invited. So the ziggurat isn't just a temple, it's a reminder of cosmology, of labor, of impermanence, a tower that always crumbles and always gets rebuilt. A monument to divine instability. And maybe that's why we don't know exactly what happened at the top. Because the point wasn't what happened there, it was the fact that you could go. That someone, once, might have stood at the summit and looked out over the city, and felt the eyes of the gods looking back. And what do you do when you see that? You name yourself. You call your people something strange, like those with black heads, and hope the gods are listening. The origin of the Sumerians. They called themselves the black-headed people Sag-Giga in Sumerian. They wrote the first laws, built the first cities, crafted the first stories. But ask a historian, an archaeologist, a linguist, or even a god where the Sumerians came from, and you'll get the same answer. No one knows. It's one of the deepest, gnarliest roots in the tangle of human civilization. The origin of the Sumerians is the kind of mystery that doesn't just defy answers, it swallows them whole. Let's lay it out. They appear in the historical record fully formed. By the late 4th millennium BCE, around 3500 BCE, Sumerians are already building monumental architecture, organizing urban labor, crafting complex art, and, of course, inventing writing. They aren't rising, they've arrived. And yet, there's no clear predecessor culture. No proto-Sumerian farming village that gradually evolves into a city. No obvious ethnic blending of tribes that becomes the Sumerians. They seem to erupt out of the Mesopotamian mud, like they were waiting just under the surface. Cities like Uruk, Eridu, Lagash, Nippur, and emerge with shockingly advanced infrastructure. Temples with complex layouts, standardized bricks, canal systems, trade networks, and writing cuneiform already crawling into shape. Which leads to the big question, where did they come from? Let's run through the theories. Theory number 1, indigenous development. Some scholars argue the Sumerians were native to southern Mesopotamia, that their culture arose from earlier settlements in the region like Ubaid and Uruk periods, and that the so-called Sumerian problem is just us failing to connect the dots between cultures that gradually evolved. In this theory, the shift from prehistory to history was a continuum, not a rupture. The problem isn't their sudden arrival, it's our lack of records for the transition. But even this explanation hits a wall. Language. Sumerian isn't like anything else. It's not Semitic, it's not Indo-European, it's not Dravidian, it's not Afro-Asiatic. It's a language isolate, meaning it has no known relatives, living or dead. It stands alone, like a linguistic UFO. Which brings us to theory number 2, migration. Maybe the Sumerians were immigrants. Maybe they came from somewhere else entirely by sea, by land, by divine mandate. Some suggest a migration from the east, perhaps the Iranian plateau or beyond. Others point to the Persian Gulf, theorizing an ancient seafaring people who arrived from Dilmun or farther. One fringe theory even posits origins as far as the Indus Valley, citing similarities in urban planning and religious motifs. But the evidence is sparse, hints, whispers, nothing concrete. And even if they migrated when? From where? Why did they bring a language no one else spoke? Because Sumerian doesn't just stand alone, it's deeply weird. Its agglutinative meaning words are formed by piling on prefixes and suffixes like a sentence wearing too many coats. It has no grammatical gender, but it does have dozens of verb forms, each with subtle shifting meanings. It uses ergative absolutive structure, which is like trying to describe a triangle using a system designed for circles. It's a nightmare to translate, a marvel to admire. Linguists have tried everything to trace its roots. Some connected it to Hurrian, another isolate from the north. Others tried linking it to Elamite, to Dravidian, to Munda languages of India, but each attempt collapses under scrutiny. No shared vocabulary, no parallel grammar, just noise. The Sumerians didn't just bring a new language, they brought a new way of thinking. So maybe that's the real mystery. Maybe the question isn't, where did they come from, but how did they emerge so fast? Because what we're looking at isn't just a people, it's a civilizational detonation. In the blink of an archaeological eye, we go from scattered settlements to city-states, with theocratic governments, standing armies, complex irrigation, massive trade networks, and writing. That's not evolution, that's revolution. And no one really knows how it happened. Some suggest environmental pressure. Southern Mesopotamia, hemmed between the Tigris and Euphrates, required intense coordination to manage its waters. Canals, dikes, leveesal needed constant upkeep. This forced local leaders to develop early bureaucracies. And once you have bureaucracy, writing follows. And with writing, civilization explodes. It's a nice theory. But it doesn't explain why the Sumerians, why they, not others. Because the land wasn't empty. To the north, the Akkadians were already forming cultural clusters. To the west, the Amorites stirred. To the east, the Elamites. Yet none of them built cities like the Sumerians. None of them wrote first. None of them called themselves black-headed people. So maybe the origin isn't geographic. Maybe it's ideological. The Sumerians weren't just farmers and builders. They were myth-makers. They wrote not to record, but to shape. Their kings weren't just strong men. They were God-appointed stewards. Their cities weren't population centers. They were divine estates. Their laws weren't pragmatic. They were cosmic justice etched in clay. And they didn't explain themselves. They didn't write origin stories about how they got there. They wrote lists of kings stretching back tens of thousands of years, gods who descended to earth, floods that wiped the slate. In other words, they mythologized their own arrival. And maybe that's the clue. Maybe the Sumerians didn't want to be remembered as a people who came from somewhere else. They wanted to be the beginning. When kingship descended from heaven, it was in Eridu. That's the first line of the Sumerian king list. Not a migration, not a settlement, a descent, divine, sudden, cosmic. They didn't walk in, they arrived. So what if that's how they saw themselves? Not as immigrants, not as natives, but as originators, the first to be chosen, the first to organize, the first to put the gods into words, which would make the mystery even deeper. Because if they came from somewhere else, they erased that part of the story. They didn't say, "We crossed the mountains," or "We fled the drought." They said, "We are here. We have always been here. This is where the gods live." And maybe that's the only origin they needed. But here's the poetic cruelty of it. For all their invention, their myth-making, their divine authority, the Sumerians vanished. Not in fire, not in collapse, but in absorption. By 2000 BCE, their language began to fade. Akkadian rose. Sumerian became the tongue of ritual, of temple scribes and sacred hymns, but no longer of marketplaces, homes, or streets. The people remained, the culture persisted, but the language died, and no one replaced it. No one wrote a Sumerian grammar book. No one left a dictionary. The last speakers passed away, and Sumerian became dead clay, fossilized in tablets, lost in translation. So maybe that's the final twist in their origin story. They built civilization and then were swallowed by it. They were the foundation, but foundations are buried, forgotten, built over. The Sumerians didn't leave behind a homeland, they left behind a structure. Cities, systems, scripts, and maybe that's more lasting than any name. Still, you can't help but wonder, if they came from somewhere across the sea, across the mountains, what did they leave behind? Ruins? Stories? A ghost of grammar and a forgotten dialect? And woef anyone is left to remember? Or maybe, in the end, the Sumerians were right. Maybe they didn't come from anywhere. Maybe they really did descend from the heavens. Because someone had to write the first word, and someone had to look at the chaotic tangle of human noise and say, "Let there be order." But even order has a shadow, and under the Sumerians' carefully laid bricks and mythic timelines lies something older, stranger. A great mound, a tumulus, a palace buried beneath layers of forgotten earth. Tel Halaf is waiting. The great tumulus of Tel Halaf, beneath a hump of earth in northeastern Syria where the Kabur River slinks through flat plains and dusty winds, there lies a hill, a mound. A shape so common in the Fertile Crescent it has its own name in archaeology, a tell, layered with time, a cake of epochs. Thousands of years compressed beneath your feet, like geological sediment in fast forward. This one is called Tel Halaf, and at the heart of it sits something extraordinary, something ancient, something utterly puzzling, the great tumulus. More than a simple grave, more than a settlement, this is a structure that breaks categories. A palace, a temple, a fort, a memory. We still don't know. What we do know is that Tel Halaf hides within it the Halaf culture, a prehistoric society that flourished around 6000 5000 BCE, before Sumer, before Akkad, before kings, before writing. This isn't proto-history. This is prehistory, the soft underbelly of civilization before it learned to count grain in cuneiform. And yet, here at Tel Halaf, we find something almost heretical in its sophistication. Start with the mound itself. The great tumulus isn't a natural hill. It's a burial of a building, covered intentionally, layered, structured, ceremonial. Beneath it lies a monumental mud brick structuron of the largest known from its period. It has buttressed walls, paved courtyards, symmetrical architecture. This isn't a hut. It's not a village hall. It's something else. It is too large to be domestic, too fortified to be passive, too symmetrical to be accidental. It speaks of planning, of hierarchy, of power. But whose? The Halaf people, as far as we know, left no writing. No grand monuments, no stelas of conquest. What they left behind are pottery shards, tools, figurines, and this massive structure, now mute under layers of dirt and speculation. The pottery is exquisite. Painted bowls with geometric patterns, swirling designs in red, black, and cream. Abstract, rhythmic, hypnotic. Some archaeologists call it the first fine art in the Near East. It suggests a culture not just surviving, but thriving with time for aesthetics, symbolism, even abstraction. But what do those swirls mean? Ritual? Identity? Decoration? No one knows. The hala figurines are equally strange stylized female forms with exaggerated hips and torsos. Fertility icons? Deities? Dolls? Again, silence. And that brings us back to the Great Tumulus. Because here's the trick. This structure doesn't belong to a people that should have been building like this. According to conventional timelines, complex monumental architecture doesn't appear until the Uruk period some 1,000 years later. But Tel Halaf shows urban planning before cities. Monumental architecture. Before monarchs. It shouldn't exist. And yet, it does. That's the mystery. Was this an anomaly? A blip? A cultural outlier that achieved complexity and then vanished? Or was it part of a lost developmental thread, a forgotten precursor to the Mesopotamian city-state model? Let's consider that possibility. Imagine a prehistoric chiefdom, not yet a kingdom, not yet a theocracy, but already organizing labor, coordinating resources, performing rituals at scale. The Great Tumulus may have served as a central hala place where ceremonies were held, decisions made, power displayed. It may have had a religious function, a political one, both. It may have been an early experiment in centralized control. And if so, it failed. Because the Halaf culture eventually declined, absorbed or replaced by the Ubaid culture, which would lay the groundwork for the Sumerians. The tumulus was buried, forgotten. The structure decayed into memory. And then even the memory vanished. But not completely. In the 20th century, German archaeologist Max von Oppenheim unearthed Tel Halaf. And in doing so, he sparked a controversy still burning. Just how old is civilization? The traditional story says it begins with uruk, with kingship, with writing, but Tel Halaf says otherwise. It whispers of social complexity before the state, of organization without oppression, of ritual without dogma. It suggests that cities didn't suddenly spring from nowhere, that maybe, just maybe, there were civilizations before civilization, cultures that built, ruled, worshipped, and vanished without leaving a single word behind. But why bury the tumulus? Why cover it so deliberately? Was it to preserve it? To ritualize it? To seal it? Like a tomb? Or was it erased, covered by successors who wanted to overwrite its power? Archaeology can't answer that. But myth might. In ancient Mesopotamian literature, there's a recurring theme of buried wisdom, temples lost beneath earth, secrets hidden in clay, kings discovering forgotten shrines. Even the gods, in some myths, are said to sleep beneath mounds, awaiting the right moment to return. What if the Great Tumulus is one of those buried secrets? What if the people who covered it didn't intend to destroy but to protect? To encase their power for another age? A cultural time capsule. A memory pressed into the soil. And maybe we're not ready to understand it yet. Because even now, with our sensors and models and theories, we don't know what was practiced inside. We don't know if it was a palace, a court, a shrine, or all three at once. We don't know what gods were worshipped, what laws enforced, what stories told. We only know that someone built it, and then buried it. That act alone is stunning. It implies purpose, intent, that someone, long before history began, looked at this monumental structure and decided it should no longer stand in the open, that it should sleep beneath earth. That's not destruction, that's ritual erasure. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's ritual preservation. Cover it in earth, and it will last. Outlast storms, outlast raiders, outlast time itself. Wait until someone somewhere in the future rediscovers it and remembers. But what are we remembering? A building? A people? Or the idea that the roots of civilization go deeper than we ever dared dig? Because if the Halaf culture could build this without writing, without kingship, without empire, then our whole model of history is upside down. Maybe power doesn't need writing. Maybe cities don't need kings. Maybe complexity isn't the result of dominance, but of cooperation, belief, ritual. Maybe civilization didn't begin in a blaze of conquest, but in a quiet structure buried beneath a mound. And maybe the real beginning is something we'll never quite see because it's been intentionally hidden. But we're not done, because while Tel Halaf whispers of mystery, another shadow looms in the distance, not from the land, but from the sea. A force of collapse, a riddle in motion. The sea peoples are coming, and Mesopotamia may not be their target, but their shadow crosses everything. The sea peoples, Mesopotamian connection. They came from the sea, but no one agrees from where. They struck like lightning across the Mediterranean, sweeping through empires like a storm with no warning and no name. The sea peoples are one of the great specters of the late Bronze Age collapsy mystery, so profound that it reads like historical fiction. Egypt trembled, Hatti fell, Ugarit burned, and Mycenae cracked. Great civilizations, some of them centuries old, vanished, not just defeated, but erased. But what about Mesopotamia? That's the peculiar thing. Mesopotamia, the oldest of the old, the region that birthed writing, the Ziggurat, and the very idea of kingship, didn't fall. Not then. Not in the wave that crushed so many neighbors around 1200 BCE. It staggered, sure. It reeled, but it stood. And yet, the sea peoples passed close enough to cast a shadow. Let's trace that shadow. We begin with the known path, the Eastern Mediterranean. The sea peoples are best documented in Egyptian records, particularly the mortuary temple walls of Ramesses III at Medinet Habu. There, they are shown in chaotic battle-feathered helmets, ox carts, ships packed with warriors. Ramesses claims victory, but the very fact that Egypt needed defending speaks volumes. These were no mere pirates. These were civilizational demolition crews. Their origins? Obscure. Some names survive: Sheridan, Shekelesh, Peliset, Denyen, Luca, Jeker, but they are tribal fragments, unmoored from geography. Scholars have connected them tentatively to the Aegean, Western Anatolia, Cyprus, even Sicily. They were migrants, mercenaries, refugees, invaders, climate victims, political exiles, famine-driven mobs, or some combination of all. Whatever they were, they triggered a continental chain reaction. Ugarit gone, Hattusa sacked, Alashia obliterated, Cyprus ravaged, trade routes severed, literacy rates plummeted, bronze production halted. The palace economies that had dominated the Eastern Mediterranean for 500 years collapsed in under a century. So what about Mesopotamia? You'd expect the wave to crash there too. After all, trade between Mesopotamia and the West was well established by the late Bronze Age. Tin and copper for bronze, textiles, grain, ivory. The strings of the world were tightly woven. And yet, Mesopotamia remains standing, battered, but unbroken. Why? Let's pull the thread. First, the geography. Mesopotamia, particularly Babylonia and Assyria, sat inland. Their economic and political centers were not on the coast. The Persian Gulf offered maritime access, yes, but the Sea Peoples were largely a Mediterranean phenomenon. The Gulf was buffered geographically and militarily. Second, timing. By 1200 BCE, Babylon had already passed its peak under the Kassites. Assyria, on the other hand, was on the rise again, militarized, administratively rigorous, and far less vulnerable to coastal invasion. The power vacuum created by the Bronze Age collapse didn't suck Mesopotamia down, it gave Assyria room to expand. But that doesn't mean Mesopotamia was untouched. There's evidence of economic disruption. Trade dried up, coastal goods stopped flowing, luxury items imported from the Levant and Aegean disappear from Mesopotamian inventories, bronze became scarce. Records thin out, literacy becomes more localized. In other words, the Sea Peoples didn't invade Mesopotamia, but they cut it off. It's the equivalent of a major artery being severed. The heart keeps beating, but the extremities go cold. Then there's the political instability. Around this time, both Babylon and Assyria undergo periods of internal disruption. Power struggles, factionalism, dynastic shifts. It's subtle, it's messy. And it's precisely what you'd expect from a region suddenly cut off from its usual lifelines. Because Mesopotamia wasn't a closed system. It fed on imports, metals, timber, stone. It exported texts, rituals, cosmology. It lived on exchange. So when the Sea Peoples burned the ports of the Levant and dismantled the Aegean world, Mesopotamia flinched. But it adapted. Unlike the palace economies of the West, Mesopotamian states had deep bureaucratic roots. Their resilience lay in decentralization and redundancy, temple economies, local granaries, clan networks. Systems that could survive, collapse, bend without breaking. It was a civilization used to reinvention. Still, the psychological impact lingers in the texts. Late Bronze Age Mesopotamian literature becomes increasingly apocalyptic. Omens turn darker. Prophecies speak of reversal, loss, the undoing of order. The gods seem angry. Kings perform expiation rituals to ward off wrath. There's a sense of encroaching doom, even if the walls still stand. And then there's the silence. From around 1200 to 1000 BCE, there's a noticeable gap in the record. Fewer inscriptions, fewer monumental projects, fewer texts. Historians refer to this as a Mesopotamian dark agenot, total collapse, but cultural contraction. It's not hard to imagine why. Imagine watching your trade partners disintegrate, your diplomatic correspondence disappear, the flow of bronze halts, cities vanish, refugees arrive speaking strange tongues. The world you knew, built over centuries, frays. Even if no enemy crosses your border, the trauma lands. There are theories, wild, circumstantial, tantalizing, that some Sea Peoples were known to Mesopotamians, maybe even mentioned obliquely in Akkadian texts. Some suggest the Ahlamu, the Habiru, or the Shutu may have been related tribes, nomadic, semi-settled, volatile. Others point to inscriptions referencing lands of the sea that hint at foreign seafarers on the horizon. But there's no smoking cuneiform gun. Mesopotamian scribes were terrible at naming foreigners consistently. What Egypt calls the Shurden, Mesopotamia might call something else entirely if they mentioned them at all. So we're left with shadows. Did the Sea Peoples pass by, glancing at Mesopotamia like wolves surveying a rival pack? Did their collapse create a refugee cascade, driving desperate populations eastward into the fertile lands of the Tigris? Did Mesopotamian kings see what was coming and shore up their cities, harden their rule? Or was it pure luck, geography, fortitude, timing? Here's what we know. Mesopotamia didn't fall to the Sea Peoples. But it changed. It grew more insular, more guarded. Its cosmology grew darker. its politics more paranoid. And soon, Assyria, armed, hungry, ruthless, would take the lessons of collapse and build an empire on its bones. The sea peoples left no written records, no kings, no capital, just destruction in their wake. They are the ghosts of collapse, the uninvited guests at the end of an age. And while Mesopotamia didn't crumble, it remembered. In its omens, in its shadows, in its silence. But what if some of those shadows were weaponized? What if one of the most poetic descriptions of destruction in Mesopotamian literature, the fall of Akkad, wasn't history, but myth used as power? What if the gods were tools and curses were propaganda? Next up, a literary hex, a post-collapse finger point, and a curse so potent it still smolders in clay. The curse of Akkad is about to fall. The curse of Akkad. There's a particular flavor of wrath in ancient Mesopotamian literature that's less about smiting and more about dismantling. Not thunderbolts, not plagues, but the slow, surgical removal of order. Grain doesn't grow. Markets empty. The gods go silent. The stars look away. And nowhere is that cosmic abandonment more vivid or more chilling than in a text called The Curse of Akkad. This isn't a prophecy. It's not a myth. It's not even exactly history. It's a literary grenade, lobbed backward in time, written generations after the fall of the Akkadian Empire, yet styled as if it were eyewitness testimony. It doesn't just describe the fall of Akkad, it justifies it. And in doing so, it creates one of the first and most potent examples of historical revisionism as divine indictment. The premise is simple. Naram, Sin, grandson of Sargon the Great, enraged the gods by desecrating the temple of Enlil at Nippur. The gods, offended, withdraw their favor. The once mighty Akkadian Empire collapses in ruin. Simple, mythic, fatal. But the actual text is anything but clean. It begins with a whisper of unease. The gods gather and decide without warning or explanation to destroy Akkad. They don't say why. They just do. Naram Sin, confused and afraid, waits 7 years before taking action. Then, desperate, he marches on Nippur and destroys the temple of Enlil. Now the punishment begins. The gods unleash famine. Walls crumble. The sky turns against the people. Dust storms swirl through abandoned cities. Cannibalism is whispered. Children die in silence. Markets turn to bone. The imagery is vivid, disturbing, poetic, and entirely crafted. Because The Curse of Akkad wasn't written during the Akkadian Empire. It was penned at least a century, possibly more, after Akkad's collapse, likely during the Ur-3 dynasty or even the early Babylonian period. It's a retroactive moral indictment, a story built to make sense of disaster and to make sure someone else got the blame. Which leads to the central mystery. Is any of this true? Did Naram Sin actually destroy the temple of Enlil? Did he really violate the cosmic contract? Or is this slander in cuneiform, political propaganda passed off as theology? Let's be brutally clear. There is no archaeological evidence that Naram Sin sacked Nippur. On the contrary, some inscriptions suggest he funded repairs to temples, that he saw himself as a divine figure, yes, but not necessarily a blasphemer. But the facts don't matter. What matters is the story. And the story, as told in The Curse of Akkad, is a masterclass in weaponized narrative. It reframes the collapse of the Akkadian Empiria complex historical event, likely caused by a mix of environmental catastrophe, internal rebellion, and external invasion, as the righteous judgment of the gods. The lesson is clear. Hubris leads to ruin. Disrespect the gods, and all will fall. This is not a warning for Akkad. It's a warning for the present. For the king who reads it, for the scribe who copies it, for the priest who recites it. It's a cautionary tale disguised as memory, and it serves multiple purposes. First, it legitimizes the current regime. If you're a ruler in Ur-3 or Babylon, you don't just want to assert power, you want to frame yourself as the opposite of Akkad. You're humble, pious, obedient. Your gods love you because you don't build ziggurats to yourself or declare divinity before breakfast. Second, it provides a cosmic explanation for collapse. Why did the first empire in history fall so hard, so fast? Because the gods chose it. That's the Mesopotamian worldview. Kingship is a loan from heaven. You don't earn it. You don't inherit it. It's lowered from the heavens, like a sacred mandate. And when the gods are done with you, they pull it back. No appeal, no vote, just silence. But third and most disturbingly, the curse of Akkad is a ritual of remembering. By retelling Akkad's fall in terms of sin and punishment, the scribes aren't just recounting history, they're recasting it as liturgy. The fall becomes a moral parable, repeated to maintain the delicate dance between temple and throne. It's not just about what happened. It's about what should never happen again. Let's talk about the gods. In the curse, they're not compassionate, they're not teachers, they're calculating, cold, and alien. They decide Akkad's fate like a boardroom full of bored executives. And Naram Sin? He doesn't blaspheme out of pride. He's desperate. He waits 7 years for a sign. When none comes, he attacks the temple out of frustration and despair. It's not hubris, it's spiritual collapse. That makes the story even bleaker. Because it says, even if you wait, even if you pray, even if you're patient, the gods can still destroy you. And if you lash out, if you dare to demand an answer, they will obliterate everything. It's a cosmic rigged game, and everyone loses. So why tell it? Because the curse doesn't just explain Akkad's end, it preserves it. Akkad, ironically, is remembered most vividly through its destruction, through this poetic, haunting narrative of wrath and ruin. The empire that gave the world its first standing army, its first postal system, its first real concept of imperial control gets remembered not for its achievements, but for its punishment. It's a reversal as ancient as it is modern. The fall becomes the frame. The failure becomes the lens. And the lesson is burned into every line. Don't repeat this. Don't anger the gods. Don't forget humility. Don't build too fast, too high, too proud. And yet, what does every Mesopotamian king do? They build. They inscribe. They claim divine favor. They flirt with the same hubris, the same elevation, the same cosmic risk. Because no king ever believes the curse is for him. It's always for the last guy. So, the curse of Akkad becomes a ritual exorcism, a way to absorb the danger by telling it, to trap the collapse in words so it doesn't leak into the present. But words are slippery. And over time, the curse becomes more than a warning. It becomes history. People forget it was written generations later. They treat it like fact, like a tablet of doom. And that's the real genius of the curse. It rewrites not just the past, but the future's understanding of the past. It inserts itself so deeply into the historical narrative that even scholars centuries later have to untangle it from the reality it pretends to describe. That's how myths work. They survive not by being true, but by being useful. So what is the curse of Akkad? Really? A poem? A lie? A warning? A memory? All of the above. It's the story of an empire that fell, but more than that, it's the cultural software update that came after. And like all updates, it doesn't fix everything. Because after the curse, after the fall, after the dust settles, people keep building. They keep mapping the world. And one day, they'll draw a tablet showing Babylon at the center of the universe, surrounded by a ring of bitter water. And it won't matter if it's true, because it will be believed. The Babylonian map of the world. It's not just a map, it's a worldview etched in clay. Roughly 6 inches across, battered by time, and carved with deliberate cuneiform, the Babylonian map of the world, also called the Imago Mundius, one of the oldest surviving attempts by humanity to diagram reality. But don't think Mercator projection. Don't think latitude, longitude, or neat compass roses. This isn't cartography as measurement. This is cosmic theater in miniature. Found in Sippar, inscribed in Akkadian, the tablet doesn't show rivers and roads, it shows meaning. At the center is Babylon, big and bold, circled by land, ringed by sea, and orbited by mystery. Cities appear, rivers meander, and beyond them lies the great boundary, the bitter Rivertha salt sea that hems the known world. And outside that, the real fun begins. 8 regions, or lands, float beyond the water. Abstract, angular, unexplained, labeled only with cryptic phrases. Where the sun cannot be seen? A place where one sees nothing, a land of total darkness. This isn't navigation, it's cosmic storytelling. And like all good stories, it hides more than it reveals. Let's start at the center. Babylon. Not just a city, not even just a capital, but the axis mundith navel of the earth. In this worldview, Babylon isn't geographically central, it's existentially central. Everything meaningful radiates outward from it. It's the throne of Marduk, the seat of power, the hub from which civilization, law, and order flow. This is empire as geometry. Mesopotamian cosmology had long viewed the world as a 3-tiered system, heaven above, earth in the middle, underworld below, but the Babylonian map adds lateral logic. It gives shape to the horizontal plane of existence. The landmass around Babylon is circular, like a wheeler, an eye. 7 known cities dot the landscape. The Euphrates River cuts a vertical line through the center, running from north to south. Other cities, Assyria, Susa, are to appear in relation to Babylon, not in real-world proximity, but in symbolic balance. This is not how the world looks. It's how the world is meant to be understood. Because when you're a Babylonian scribe etching the world into clay, you're not trying to help someone get from point A to point B. You're defining the framework of existence. And that framework has an edge. The bitter river, or salt sea, encircles the central land. It forms a boundaria divine moat. The sea isn't just a body of water, it's liminality. Beyond it lie the strange Zonestha mystery wedges. There are 8 triangular sections beyond the ocean ring, each representing a kind of borderland. They're labeled with eerie descriptions. A place where one sees nothing, where a horned bull lives and no one goes. The sun is not visible. The sky is low. It's like something between Lovecraft and Leviticus. These regions aren't navigable. They're conceptual, mythic, perhaps representing foreign lands, mythological zones, or places the Babylonians had only heard about in whispered tales from wandering merchants. Or perhaps they represent existential danger Santai worlds, the inverse of Babylon's ordered center. The further you go, the less sense things make. Direction fades, light dims, structure erodes. This is the Mesopotamian imagination at work, mapping chaos as a periphery. Inside the circle is order. Outside, the unknown. But the most jarring element isn't the strange lands, it's the scale. Babylon is massive. Everything else is tiny, peripheral, supporting, even Assyria, the empire's greatest rivalis, a side note. This isn't ignorance, it's ideology. It tells the reader, your city is the center, your god is supreme, your culture defines the universe. It's the geopolitical fantasy of the ancient world. And yet, it's also deeply insecure. Because even as the map proclaims order, it's ringed by reminders that beyond the salt sea lies uncontainable chaos. Things that don't make sense, places where the sun doesn't shine, creatures that don't belong, concepts that defy the Babylonian system. It's a map drawn by people who knew they didn't control everything. And that awareness makes it feel more honest than any modern political map. Now let's talk materials. This isn't a papyrus scroll or a wall mural. It's a clay tablet, heavy, breakable, awkward, not made for travel, not made for display, likely made for ritual or instructional use. A teaching tool? A priestly diagram? A philosophical sketch? We don't know. But it wasn't hidden. It was copied, passed down, discussed. It wasn't an art piece, it was intellectual infrastructure. Which raises a question. Was it believed? Did the average Babylonian think the world looked like this? Did they fear the strange wedges beyond the sea? Probably not. Just as modern people don't think in terms of satellite orbits and tectonic plates when navigating daily life, Mesopotamians didn't need literal maps. This was a conceptual framework, a way to position themselves in a cosmos that was vast, violent, and unknowable. It made the universe legible. And Babylon wasn't the only one doing it. Other cultures drew their own cosmic diagrams. The Egyptians had their duat. The Vedic people had their 7 concentric continents. The Hebrews would later echo this structure with their own sea-ringed worldview. The Babylonian map didn't exist in isolation. It was part of a broader human urge to map the unseeable, to shrink the infinite into a shape. But Babylon made sure the center was Babylon. That's the hubris. That's the poetry. And that's the tragedy. Because not long after the map was made, centuries, but still a blink in historical time, Babylon itself would fall. The city of Marduk, the eye of the earth, would be conquered, rebuilt, reconquered, desecrated, restored, then forgotten. The map survived. The city became a ruin, which is the true power of symbols. They outlive what they claim to represent. So, what does the map tell us? That the ancients didn't just build cities, they encoded meaning into space. That geography wasn't about borders, it was about cosmic legitimacy. That a city could be a throne, a river, a god's vein, a sea, the edge of thought. And most of all, that even in a world built on bricks and conquest, there was a recognition of what lay beyond. The unknowable, the unnameable, the exact location of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. A marvel whispered across centuries, an emerald mountain rising from the dust, terraces overflowing with greenery, stonework laced with water channels, vines tangled like fingers in the sky. And yet, no one can find it. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon are perhaps the greatest botanical ghost in history. No structure has been written about so poetically, admired so widely, and yet remains so completely missing from the archaeological record. Not a root, not a brick, not a single seed. Which begs the obvious question: did it even exist? The traditional story goes like this. Around the 6th century BCE, Babylon was at the height of its power under Nebuchadnezzar II. His city was a cosmic grid of temples, palaces, ziggurats, and gates. Babylon was a statement. It didn't just exist, it declared itself. I am civilization. Nebuchadnezzar, according to later writers, built the Hanging Gardens for his wife, Amytis of Media, who missed the green mountains of her homeland. To comfort her, he conjured a mountain in the desert, stone terraces planted with trees, flowers, and cascading waterfalls. A living illusion. A marriage offering turned miracle. That's the romantic version. Now let's inject some facts. No Babylonian texts known mention the Hanging Gardens. Nebuchadnezzar's own inscriptions, which brag about everything from temple renovations to canal construction, say nothing about a verdant wonder hanging in the sky. Not even a humble brag, not a side note, nothing. This absence is deafening. Because the Babylonians were not shy, they recorded their accomplishments with obsessive detail. If Nebuchadnezzar had built a floating rainforest, he would have etched it into every available brick. So why do we think it existed? Because of the Greeks. Writers like Strabo, Diodorus, Siculus, and Philo of Byzantium, writing centuries after Babylon's golden age, describe the gardens in vivid, sometimes fantastical detail. They tell of vaulted terraces, mechanical irrigation systems powered by screws or wheels, palm trees rooted in stone, fragrant air, a miracle in the sand. But these accounts come with a catch. None of these writers ever saw the gardens themselves. They were repeating stories, echoes, legends already passed down through multiple generations. It's like writing about Atlantis based on fourth-hand travel blogs. Which brings us to the mystery's core. There are two competing explanations. 1. The gardens did exist in Babylon. Maybe they were real. Maybe the Greeks were describing something they only partially understood. Maybe it was built and later destroyed by invaders, erosion, or time. After all, the terrain near the Euphrates has shifted dramatically. Riverbeds have migrated. Structures have sunk. Floods have rearranged everything. So maybe the remains are simply buried, misidentified, or washed away. There's even a theory that the gardens weren't freestanding, but were part of the palace complex, hidden behind high walls, protected, private, a marvel not for public display, but for the inner court. That might explain the lack of Babylonian records why boast about something no one else was allowed to see. But that's just one theory. Here's the spicier one. 2. The gardens never existed in Babylon. They were in Nineveh. This theory flips the entire narrative. It suggests the Hanging Gardens weren't in Babylon at all, but in the Assyrian capital of Nineveh, built by Sennacherib, a century before Nebuchadnezzar. And this isn't just speculative. Sennacherib's own inscriptions describe a wonder for all peoples, a palace with lush gardens, and an elaborate aqueduct system, complete with stone channels, gates, and even a water-raising device that sounds suspiciously like Archimedes' screw, but predates it. Archaeologists have actually found some of these structures' massive aqueducts near Nineveh that once fed water to elevated gardens. That's the kicker. There's physical evidence in Nineveh. There's written evidence in Nineveh. There's engineering feasibility in Nineveh. So what happened? The theory goes that later, Greek writers confused Babylon with Nineveh. After all, by the time they were writing, both cities had already declined. Their histories had blurred. Babylon had become a kind of shorthand for ancient opulence. It's like confusing Venice with Atlantis, after both have sunk. If this theory is correct, then the real Hanging Gardens were Assyrian, not Babylonian, which would be the ultimate twist. The most famous wonder of Babylon wasn't even Babylonian. But that still leaves us with a deeper mystery. Why did the legend persist? Why did so many writers insist on the gardens? Why did artists across centuries paint Babylon as a city draped in greenery? Because the idea of the Hanging Gardens is too powerful to let go. Even if they never existed, they should have. They represent something primal. The conquest of nature by architecture. The return of paradise in the heart of empire. The idea that even in a brutal, sun-baked city of conquest and control, some one king, priest, engineer, had the audacity to create Eden. In that sense, the Hanging Gardens are more than a structure. They are an archetype, a dream embedded in the ruins of empire. And dreams don't care about GPS coordinates. So where does that leave us? With a map that leads nowhere. With ruins that may not match the myth. With a legend that may be borrowed. But also with something else. A question that keeps whispering through the bricks. What else have we misunderstood? What other gods have we misplaced? What other wonders have we buried, mislabeled, or dreamed into being? Because next, we descend even further not into gardens, but into myth. The Anunnaki are waiting. And, according to some, they never left. The Anunnaki and ancient astronaut theories. If you squint just right, history looks like a conspiracy. Cuneiform becomes code. Ziggurats become launch pads. The past doesn't just echo, it whispers through static, begging to be deciphered. Enter the Anunnaki. To scholars, the Anunnaki are gods. To conspiracy theorists, they're aliens. To the ancient Sumerians, they were something in between, primordial beings of immense power, older than the cities that worshipped them, older even than time itself. They appear in myths across Mesopotamian cultures, Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrianas, figures of judgment, fertility, cosmic order, and sometimes chaos. They're never described uniformly. They shift, they morph, sometimes 7, sometimes hundreds, sometimes celestial, sometimes chthonic, but they always loom large. Their name translates roughly to those of royal blood or princely seed, and they inhabit the space between the divine and the earthly children of heaven and earth, administrators of fate, judges of the underworld. So how did these ancient gods become extraterrestrials? Let's rewind. The myth that spawned 1,000 memes and 1 billion YouTube views begins with a man named Zecharia Sitchin. In 1976, Sitchin published The 12th Planet, a book that claimed the Anunnaki were not gods, but ancient astronauts from a rogue planet called Nibiru. According to Sitchin, these spacefaring deities came to Earth around 450,000 years ago in search of gold, which they needed to repair their planet's atmosphere. Finding it plentiful in Africa, they established mining colonies, but the labor was grueling. So, they genetically modified early hominids to create a slave species, humanity. In this version of history, the Sumerian gods weren't metaphorical. They were literal overlords, alien genetic engineers who uplifted humans for their own ends. It's mythology reimagined as paleo-contact. And like all seductive stories, it offers answers to impossible questions. How did the Sumerians develop writing so fast? How did they build monumental cities in an environment that should have resisted urbanization? How did they invent math, astronomy, legal codes, and mythological systems so advanced they still puzzle modern minds? Sitchin's answer: they had help. He wasn't the first to suggest it. Erich von Däniken's Chariots of the Gods, 1968, paved the way, proposing that ancient deities across cultures were misunderstood extraterrestrial visitors. But Sitchin went further. He provided names, timelines, translated tablets. He wove a mythos so detailed it became irresistible to fringe historians, sci-fi fans, and anyone suspicious of conventional archaeology. His books sold millions. His theories inspired documentaries, graphic novels, music, and of course, entire episodes of Ancient Aliens. But there's one big problem. None of it is accurate. Sitchin's translations of Sumerian texts are riddled with errors. His knowledge of cuneiform was self-taught and flawed. Linguists have spent decades dismantling his interpretations, showing that many of his claimed meanings for Sumerian words simply don't exist. Nibiru is a real word. It refers to a celestial crossing point, not a rogue planet with an alien race. The Anunnaki are real in myths, but they were not space miners. They were gods of grain, of justice, of sky and underworld, not engineers with oxygen tanks and spacecraft. So why does the theory persist? Because it taps into something primordial. The idea that humans were created, not evolved. That there's a secret origin story behind the bricks of Uruk and the canals of Lagash. That our ancestors weren't alone. That behind the gods of old were beings of metal and fire, misunderstood by primitive eyes. It's comforting, in a way. It explains the unexplainable. And it gives the ancient world a new kind of relevance. Suddenly, those crumbling tablets aren't dead language. They're codes. The ziggurat isn't a template, it's a spaceport. The lamasu isn't a symbol, it's a hybrid biological guardian, DNA crafted by beings who knew more than we do. It transforms mystery into narrative, but it also flattens the past. Because what makes the Anunnaki truly fascinating isn't their supposed alien originates, their mythological complexity. In Sumerian cosmology, the Anunnaki serve as divine judges. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, they decree fates. In the Atrahasis myth, they preside over the creation of humanity. Yes, but not with lasers and gene-editing tools. With divine breath, clay, and sacrifice. In some versions, humanity is made to lighten the labor of the gods. But this isn't high-tech alien miningits. The existential metaphor for power, servitude, and cosmic hierarchy. The gods are distant, conflicted, and imperfect. They squabble, they punish, they regret. They are mirrors of us. And perhaps that's why the alien theory holds such appeal. Because real gods are too human. They reflect our fears, not our fantasies. They fail, they falter, they demand ritual, not circuitry. They don't beam us into the stars, they bind us to the soil. And so, the alien version of the Anunnaki becomes a displacement fantasy. We replace messy myth with clean machines. We swap divine ambiguity for technological certainty. We trade poetry for protocol. But what do we lose? We lose the cultural genius of Mesopotamia, the ingenuity of scribes who created cuneiform, not because aliens taught them, but because necessity did, who mapped the skies not with telescopes, but with observation and memory, who imagined the Anunnaki not as galactic overlords, but as cosmic bureaucracy, balancing order and chaos with terrifying precision. We lose the real wonder. The fact that a civilization 5,000 years ago imagined a pantheon so vast, so strange, and so internally consistent that it still haunts the modern imagination. The Anunnaki were terrifying not because they were aliens, but because they were too close to human. They judged, they punished, they remembered, and they had rules. They weren't here to beam us up, they were here to make sure we obeyed. So next time someone tells you the Anunnaki were aliens, ask yourself, isn't the real mystery why they still feel so present? Why do their names still echo in pop culture? Why does their judgment still feel relevant? And what does it say about us that we'd rather believe in extraterrestrials than in our own ancestors? Because the truth is stranger than fiction. And the gods of old didn't just rule from the heavens, they walked among ruins, watched from temple doorways, and whispered from under layers of sand. But even gods fade, especially when languages die. Next, we move from divine whispers to imperial silencia, period where Mesopotamia seems to go quiet. But did it? Or are we just not listening closely enough? The Mesopotamian Dark Ages begin now. The Mesopotamian Dark Ages. In history, silence isn't absence, it's compression. A blank on the timeline is rarely an empty space. It's usually a burial ground of lost stories, broken systems, and the human debris of collapse. In Mesopotamia, that silence has a name. The Dark Aegea, roughly 400-year stretch of time that yawns like a chasm between empires, swallowing details, events, and explanations. We're talking roughly 1,600 to 1,200 BCE, give or take, depending on which textbook or broken tablet you consult. This is the period after the old Babylonian Empire fell, and before the Neo-Assyrian Empire rose to dominance. It's the time after Hammurabi, but before Tiglath-Pileser I. In a world obsessed with kings, conquests, and codes. This is the stretch where the spotlight flickers and almost goes out. So what happened? The short answer is, we're not entirely sure. The long answer is, 1,000 uncertainties. Let's start with the fall. The old Babylonian Empire, built under Hammurabi and his descendants, didn't fall in a grand blaze. It eroded. Slowly. It fractured into smaller city-states and kingdoms. The Kasateza foreign dynasty took control of Babylon around 1595 BCE. Meanwhile, Assyria simmered in the north, not yet imperial, but stubbornly resilient. The Hittites, to the northwest, were in ascendance. Egypt was flexing. The Mitanni were lurking in the background. And all of them were watching Babylon and wondering how long it would take before the ancient heart of Mesopotamia stopped bleeding. And it did bleed slowly, then all at once. We have evidence of upheaval, administrative breakdowns, gaps in royal succession, interrupted building projects, fewer monumental inscriptions, fewer texts, fewer gods being flattered in clay. This is the hallmark of a dark age, not just decline, but fragmentation. And that fragmentation was felt in every layer of society. Temples, which once functioned as banks, schools, granaries, and theocratic PR agencies, lost influence. Without strong kings or centralized oversight, temple economies had to fend for themselves. Some became local powerhouses, others withered. Trade, which had once flowed from the Gulf to Anatolia, collapsed. The sophisticated logistics that brought tin from Iran, cedar from Lebanon, and lapis from Afghanistan, gone or severely curtailed. Port cities shriveled. Caravans were robbed or turned back. The world got smaller. And writing that great Mesopotamian, obsession grew quiet. The number of surviving texts drops dramatically. Schools of scribes dried up. The elaborate bureaucratic record-keeping that had defined earlier eras gave way to fragmentary inscriptions, personal letters, and local decrees. It wasn't a complete silence, but a murmur. And then there's the Kassite mystery. The Kassites ruled Babylon for almost 4 centuries longer than any other dynasty, and yet we know shockingly little about them. Their language is poorly understood. Their origins are obscure. Their inscriptions are minimal. For centuries, they were treated by historians like placeholders, barbarian interlopers who kept the throne warm until real Mesopotamians returned. But that's unfair. The Kassites maintained a relative stability in Babylon during a chaotic regional period. They didn't expand the empire, but they preserved it. They re-established temples, repaired irrigation systems, kept the economy functional. They even engaged in diplomatic correspondence with Egypt, Elam, and the Hittites. They were the maintenance crew of Mesopotamian civilization. And in a dark age, that might be more heroic than conquest. But they weren't flashy. They didn't leave epics or ziggurats or codes. They left bricks with names, boundary stones, and a few dusty treaties, which makes them almost invisible in the narrative of history. And invisibility is where the Dark Age lives. Let's talk archaeological gaps. Many of the major cities of the previous era Nippur, Larsa suffered either decline or temporary abandonment. Inscriptions stop, construction halts, the cuneiform goes quiet. But that doesn't mean no one was there. People still lived, farmed, prayed, fought. We just don't have the clay to prove it. It's like trying to understand a blackout from a satellite image. You can see the absence of light, but not the human improvisation that fills it. And then there's the looming sense of cosmic withdrawal. In previous eras, Mesopotamians had believed in a close connection between divine favor and political success. Kings were shepherds chosen by the gods. Temples were divine houses. Omens were consulted for every decision. But in the Dark Age, that confidence seems to fray. Ritual texts turn more anxious. Divination becomes more elaborate. The gods grow more ambiguous. There's a sense of waiting, of spiritual limbo. The world is still governed by the gods, but their plan is unclear, their voice is distant. This isn't atheism, it's cosmic silence. And then, around the 13th century BCE, the silence begins to crack. Assyria starts asserting itself again. In the north, kings like Ashur-uballit I and later Tiglath-Pileser I rebuild the Assyrian military machine. They push back against rivals, reassert control over trade routes, and begin laying the groundwork for empire. Babylon, under late Kassite rulers, attempts its own revival, but it's halting, reactive. Eventually, Elamite invasions and internal dissent will doom the dynasty. But during this transition from silence to noise, from murmur to proclamation, something vital is happening. Mesopotamia is reinventing itself. The old system, palace economies, city-state alliances, divine kingship model shad buckled, but out of that wreckage came something hardened, meaner, more centralized, less poetic. Assyria's rise in the 12th and 11th centuries BCE marks a shift from temple bureaucracy to militarized imperialism. The gods still matter, but now they march with armies. Kings don't just appease, they conquer in divine name. Bureaucracy doesn't serve balance, it enforces power. The Dark Age wasn't just a pause. It was a reprogramming. The world didn't forget Mesopotamia, it just rebooted it. So what do we do with this gap? We remember that absence is part of history. That silence isn't failure, it's transition. And that for every king who wrote 1,000 bricks, there were generations who left nothing behind but whispers. The Mesopotamian Dark Ages didn't erase the past. They prepared the stage for what came next. Because soon, empires will rise again, and then collapse again. And among the first to fall will be Ur-Three's last flowering of Sumerian power, brought down not by war alone, but by the slow tectonics of time, drought, and disorder. The next mystery isn't a blank. It's a countdown. The collapse of Ur-3 is up next. The Ur-3 collapse. It began with order, too much of it. The Ur-3 dynasty, also known as the Neo-Sumerian Empire, wasn't just a kingdom. It was a machine. A bureaucratic leviathan powered by scribes, temples, tax collectors, grain counters, oxen, tablets, labor quotas, and the steady, ceaseless hum of administration. If earlier Sumerian kings ruled by charisma and conquest, Ur-Nammu and his successors ruled by ledger. By 2112 BCE, following the chaos left behind by the Gutians and the remains of Akkadian ambition, Ur-3 rose as a phoenix not by sword, but by clipboard. Ur-Nammu declared himself king of Sumer and Akkad, and the people, exhausted from centuries of instability, let him take the throne with open arms and blank clay tablets. And for a while, it worked. Ur-3 wasn't just prosperous, it was terrifyingly efficient. Its economy was the most centralized Mesopotamia had ever seen. Land was royal or temple-owned. Workers were state-fed and state-assigned. Agricultural surpluses were logged, stored, redistributed, and tracked down to the shekel of barley. Taxes weren't paid in coin, they were paid in labor and grain, rendered unto the divine economy in quotas tallied on rows of neat cuneiform. The scribes weren't just writing, they were weaving the empire together. Ur-Nammu even wrote a law code, predating Hammurabi's, a system of punishments, compensations, and obligations that painted a world of order at all costs. His son, Shulgi, took it further. He restructured the army, the provinces, the priesthood. He declared himself divine. He ran from city to city in marathon rituals to prove his fitness for kingship. He turned the empire into a spreadsheet with temples. But the thing about machines? They break. And when Ur-3 collapsed, it didn't shatter like Akkad. It jammed, stalled, and overheated until the gears locked and the entire system choked on its own complexity. So, what caused the collapse? The answer is everything. Environmental stress was one. Evidence of climate change, a mega drought lasting several decades crippled agriculture in the southern plains. Rivers changed course. Canals dried up. Salinization of fields made barley yields drop. When your empire is built on grain, and grain disappears, collapse isn't optional, it's automatic. Overextension was another. Ur-3 spread itself thin. The outer provinces Elam to the east, the Zagros foothills, the northern frontiers were never entirely loyal. The empire relied on vassals, alliances, and tribute systems that only worked when power projected outward. As soon as central control weakened, these peripheries peeled off like bark. Then came the Ammaratisa, loosely connected group of Semitic-speaking tribes from the western deserts. To the scribes of Ur, they were the other, the barbarians, the unwashed. They migrated, settled, and resisted state control. They were nomadic, decentralized, and most importantly, unbothered by tax quotas. When they weren't integrated, they were fought. And when the state faltered, they swept in it as an invasion force, but as a cultural tide. Internal rot also played its part. A bureaucracy built on tablets and ration lists can only function if its administrators stay loyal, competent, and honest. As economic pressures rose, corruption did too. Records show increasing irregularities. Taxes stopped being collected in full. Provincial governors began acting like kings. The chain of command kinked and bent. And then, there's Elam, the ancient enemy. A kingdom in what is now southwestern Iran, always lurking at Mesopotamia's edge like a historical jump scare. In the final days of Ur-3, the Elamites attacked. Not a single, decisive blow, but a series of incursions, each one peeling back the structure of the empire like layers of a dying onion. The last king, Ibbi-Sin, inherited a kingdom on fire. He watched province after province rebel or fall. Cities were sacked, trade collapsed, famine bloomed. And in a final, bitter flourish, Ur itself, the heart of the machine, was plundered and burned. The scribes who once chronicled barley quotas now wrote laments. And those laments are brutal. The lament for Ur is not just a poem, it's an autopsy. It describes the gods abandoning their temples, the city's walls falling, the bodies rotting in the streets. It's not a tale of conquest, it's the scream of a civilization realizing its gods have walked away. The people groan like cattle. The wailing people, covered with dust, fill the city like a flood. The laments don't blame a king. They don't even blame Elam. They blame divine will. When the system fails, the only explanation left is that the gods canceled the contract. But here's the real twist. Ur-3 didn't vanish overnight. After the fall, its scribal traditions, its legal structures, even its language, Sumerian, persisted. It lived on in temple schools, in liturgy, in the bones of bureaucracy. The kings were gone, but the paperwork survived. And in that paperwork, the future took root. The Amorites who once chipped at the empire would found Babylon. The Elamites would rise and fall again. And in the north, Assyria was already watching, learning. Ur-3's collapse wasn't the end, it was a transition. The Sumerian era faded, but the machinery it built was too effective to die. Its gods would be renamed, its cities repopulated, its systems hijacked. Collapse didn't mean destruction, it meant repurposing. That's the dark beauty of Mesopotamian history. Nothing is truly lost. Everything is rewritten. Ur fell, but the idea of Ur-of centralized control, of divine kingship, of total economic oversight never went away. If anything, it evolved. Which leads us to our next question. If a system so meticulously constructed can crumble from environmental shifts, tribal pressure, and divine indifference, what about the systems that follow? What about the laws that survive? And more importantly, how do you enforce them? Because next, we open the stone tablet of tablets. The Code of Hammurabi awaits, and its laws may be carved in stone, but their application? That's another mystery entirely. The Code of Hammurabi's enforcement. It stands over 7 feet tall, hewn from diorite so dark it drinks the light. At its apex, 2 figures, one seated, godlike, radiant with authority, the other standing, reverent, receiving something invisible: law, order, legitimacy. Below them, column after column of precise, wedge-shaped marks, 282 laws, chiseled into permanence. This is the Code of Hammurabi. Not the first law code in history, but the most famous. A monument to rule, to justice, to kingship as enduring as stone, as ambiguous as power. But here's the riddle. Was it actually enforced? Because what the stele says and what the people lived are 2 very different stories. Let's rewind. It's the 18th century BCE. Babylon is rising from the swampy shadows of Sumer. The Amorite king Hammurabi, of a mid-tier city-states, about to become a household name. Not through sheer military might, though he had that. Not through architecture or empire, but through law. The code is a political miracle. It announces Babylon as more than a city, it's a moral system. It's a king telling his gods, his subjects, his enemies, "Look, I'm not just a warrior, I'm a judge." Hammurabi claims divine commission. The prologue to the code isn't subtle. He's been chosen by Marduk, the city's chief god, to bring justice, crush the wicked, and illuminate the land with righteousness. It's political theater with a divine spotlight. But what does the code actually say? A lot. And in brutal detail. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. If a builder's house collapses and kills the owner's son, the builder's son dies. If a merchant cheats, he's punished. If a wife is caught in adultery, she may be drowned. If a slave says, "You are not my master," he loses an ear. It regulates commerce, marriage, inheritance, wages, property, theft, assault, debt, contracts, agriculture, temple responsibility. 7. The liability for oxen trampling pedestrians. It is, in short, totalizing. But here's where the cracks appear. Only a handful of these steles have been found. The most famous one, the Louvresis from Susa in Elam, carried off as loot. In Babylon itself, there's no evidence these were widely displayed. That's suspicious. If this was the law of the land, why wasn't it on every street corner? And there's this. The language of the code isn't legislative, it's declarative. The format isn't "do this" or "don't do that." It's if, then. If a man does X, then Y shall happen. It reads like a model, not a manual. Some scholars argue the code wasn't meant to be enforced case by case, but to project authority, a symbolic promise, an ideal, not a literal instruction. Think of it less as a constitution, more like a royal mission statement. There's also the issue of exceptions. Archaeological record clay tablets recording actual legal cases don't always align with the code. People in Babylonian courts didn't consistently cite Hammurabi's laws. Judges made decisions based on custom, precedent, local concerns, and scribal interpretation. In fact, in many regions under Hammurabi's control, local laws persisted. City-states had their own traditions. Tribal communities had their own norms. The king's law, while impressive, may have been more about appearance than enforcement. So, was the code just propaganda? Yes. And no. It was propaganda grand, divine, chiseled. But it also reflected a real-world need. The ancient Near East was a web of competing powers, ethnic groups, and economic tensions. Babylon's rise had to be justified not just by force but by fairness, or at least the performance of fairness. The code offered that performance, and it endured. Later, Mesopotamian rulers echoed Hammurabi's tone, even when they didn't echo his laws. Assyrians, Babylonians, Elamites, and Persians would all craft their own edicts in similar styles. In this sense, Hammurabi's code became a genre. It shaped how kings thought about kingship. It turned justice into branding. But there's another layer, the ritual. The stele isn't just text, it's sculpture. At the top, Hammurabi receives the rod and ring symbols of divine measurement from Shamash, the god of justice. It's a scene of transference. Power isn't seized. It's granted. This isn't law as logic. It's law as divine geometry. To violate the code is to violate cosmic order. This might explain why so many of the laws are obsessed with balance, proportionality, equivalence, retaliation. Not because Hammurabi believed in fairness, but because he believed in universal structure. And his role was to maintain it. That's why the punishments are so severe. Break the system, and you don't just hurt a person, you tear the fabric of reality. And yet, human nature gets in the way. We know from surviving letters and contracts that the elite often bent or ignored the code. Wealth, status, and proximity to power could shield offenders. Merchants cheated. Officials abused authority. Slaves rebelled, and the code, divine though it was, couldn't stop that. But it framed those acts. It made them legible. By inscribing law into stone, Hammurabi created a template reference point. Even if imperfectly applied, it allowed future kings, priests, and scribes to say, "We have a system. We are not animals." And in a world of invasion, famine, rebellion, and divine silence, that illusion of control was everything. So, was the Code of Hammurabi enforced? Sometimes. Symbolically. Selectively. It wasn't a manual for daily life, it was a performance of legitimacy. And like any good performance, it didn't matter if every line was followed. What mattered was that it was seen. Even now, when we look at that black stone, we don't see a dead artifact. We see a king trying to write himself into eternity. And in that sense, the code worked. But what of the languages it was written in? What happens when the scribes die? When the stylus goes still? When the clay dries and no one remembers how to read it? Because Aramaic is coming. And with it, a strange silence, not of absence, but of erasure. The script is about to change. The laws may remain, but the voice will fade. The next mystery is written in disappearing ink. The silence of the Aramaic scripts awaits. The silence of the Aramaic scripts. In the beginning, there was clay. Styluses scratched wet tablets, pressing wedge-shaped cuneiform signs into mud destined for fire, sun, or bureaucracy. This was how Mesopotamia spoke through shape, rhythm, and silence. For over 3,000 years, scribes rendered the world in triangles and lines. Whole cities were governed by what they could etch before dusk. And then it stopped. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. The language didn't vanish overnight. The signs didn't crumble all at once. But slowly, relentlessly, something older gave way to something simpler, swifter, foreign. Aramaic. It didn't arrive as a conqueror. It didn't ride in with banners or kings. It arrived as ink, as papyrus, not clay. It arrived in the mouths of merchants, soldiers, nomads, and governors. It was the language of movement, of informality, of pragmatism, a Semitic tongue, born in the western deserts, spreading like a vine across the ruins of empire. By the 8th century BCE, the shift was visible but unspoken. Cuneiform was still sacred, still used in temples, rituals, and chronicles. But Aramaic was what you wrote in when you needed to get something done. And over time, the scribes of Akkad, Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria watched their world-a-world built on signs go mute. The greatest paradox of ancient Mesopotamian history isn't that we've forgotten so much. It's that they began forgetting themselves while they still ruled. Let's unpack that. The Neo-Assyrian Empire was the most powerful state the region had ever known. It spanned from Egypt to Iran, enforcing order with iron, terror, and efficiency. Its kings Ashurnasirpal, Tiglath-Pileser, Sargon, Sennacherib weren't just rulers. They were avatars of domination, and their scribes still wrote in cuneiform, stacking tablets by the thousand in royal libraries. But Aramaic? It was everywhere else. Used in contracts, letters, legal disputes, and personal records. It was faster to write, easier to learn. You didn't need years of training to master it. You needed a pen, a surface, and a sense of grammar. And unlike cuneiform, which required carving signs into clay and waiting for the gods of kilns to cooperate, Aramaic was portable. Write, roll, send, empire in motion. Soon, Aramaic became the lingua franca of the Assyrian bureaucracy. Officials used it. Administrators preferred it. Even Assyrian kings issued parallel decrees in cuneiform and Aramaic. It was the first time in Mesopotamian history that two scripts coexisted at scale: one ceremonial, the other functional. But coexistence is a fragile thing. And cuneiform, for all its grandeur, had become too heavy to carry. So what caused the silence? Not destruction, but displacement. When the Neo-Assyrian Empire fell in 612 BCE, it wasn't just a political collapse, it was a cultural implosion. The temples burned, the archives shattered, and the scribes, the elite priestly class trained from childhood to master cuneiform's brutal complexity, were either killed, displaced, or forgotten. Aramaic survived not because it was superior, but because it was adaptable. It didn't need palaces. It didn't need ritual. It needed only people, and people were always moving. The Neo-Babylonian Empire under Nebuchadnezzar II tried to revive the old ways, but even then, Aramaic kept growing. It was the language of the exiles, the captives, the governors sent by foreign kings. And then came the Achaemenids. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Indus to the Aegean, formalized what the Assyrians had hinted at. Aramaic was declared an imperial administrative language. Royal decrees, satrapic letters, trade documents, all in Aramaic. Cuneiform still had its place, but that place was shrinking like a puddle in the sun. The script of Sumer, the code of Hammurabi, the epic of Gilgamesh, it all became ritual language, respected but irrelevant. And here's the twist. Even as Aramaic surged, it left almost no trace. Because Aramaic wasn't written in clay, it was written on papyrus, leather, wood materials that don't last in the archaeological record. We have thousands upon thousands of cuneiform tablets. We have dozens of Aramaic inscriptions, which means the script that replaced cuneiform is the one we have the least of. The silence isn't in the language, it's in the absence of material. Imagine a civilization where everything is said out loud, but the echoes never stick. That's what Aramaic became, a ghost tongue, essential in its time, invisible in ours. And yet it survived. Through the Persians, the Seleucids, the Parthians, through the birth of Christianity, through scribes in desert monasteries, through villagers in Syria, Iraq, and Iran who still, today, speak dialects of Neo-Aramaic. Even as the ruins of Babylon crumbled and the Ziggurats fell, the language lived. But the scripts cuneiform and Aramaic represent something deeper than ink and clay. They represent worldviews. Cuneiform is a system of accumulation. It hoards, it layers. It's for accountants, priests, and cosmic bureaucrats. It turns the world into lists, gods into administrators, time into ledgers. Aramaic is a system of communication. It flows, it travels, it's for traders, governors, poets. It turns empire into network, message into motion. When cuneiform died, so did a certain kind of consciousness. The consciousness that believed in fixing the world through inscription, that what is written is what is real, that gods listen best to wedges in clay. When Aramaic replaced it, a new consciousness emerged. One that believed in speed, pragmatism, movement. The gods didn't vanish, they just stopped being secretaries. So why do we call it a silence? Because we lost the proof. We can't dig up Aramaic in the same way. We can't hold its sentences in our hands. We know it was everywhere, but it's like chasing wind. The scribes became ghosts. The clay was abandoned. And somewhere, deep in the forgotten corners of archives and deserts, there may still lie one final Aramaic scroll, unburnt, unread, waiting. But until then, the silence holds. And what comes after silence? Fire. Because in 612 BCE, Nineveh burns. The Assyrian Empire collapses, and the greatest city of its time becomes ash and rubble. Next, we walk through that smoke. The destruction of Nineveh is coming, and it doesn't whisper. It screams. The destruction of Nineveh. The story of Nineveh is not a story at all. It's an autopsy. It's the smoldering crater where a god king once sat, watching the world obey. It's the void that followed a century of screaming, chariot crushing, lion hunting, empire building violence. And it's what happens when the center of power stops holding and starts crumbling fast, loud, and permanent. At its height, Nineveh wasn't just the capital of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, it was the heart of a machine that spanned from Egypt to the mountains of Iran. It dictated terms to the known world. Kings came bearing tribute, rebels came home in chains or not at all. It was the military-industrial complex before the term existed, only with more flaying. You didn't cross Nineveh. You bent the knee, or you vanished. That was the deal. The city itself sprawled like a scar across the Tigris River, a pulsing nerve of wealth and death. It was a monument to engineered terror. Walls so thick they could host chariot races, gates carved with winged monsters. Palace halls lined with stone murals of kings murdering lions for sport, or laying waste to enemy cities just because they could. Every inch of Nineveh was a message, written in blood and limestone. We are your gods now. By the reign of Ashurbanipal, the last truly dominant Assyrian king, Nineveh held the largest library in the ancient world, tens of thousands of tablets cataloged, categorized, archived. They weren't just preserving stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh. They were archiving treaties, scientific observations, divinations, curses, recipes, medical procedures, and lists of tribute. It was a civilization obsessed with remembering, but no amount of cuneiform can save you from your own rot. The empire was sick by the time Ashurbanipal died in the late 620s BCE. Not visibly at first. On the surface, the engine was still running. Troops still marched. Taxes still flowed. Rituals still filled the temples. But under the stone, under the gold, fissures were spreading. Succession disputes, over-reliance on brutal suppression, resentment among vassal states, and a bureaucracy stretched so thin it couldn't hold itself upright. Assyria had conquered everything and, in doing so, created too many enemies, too many moving parts, and too few loyal friends. The cracks turned into breaks in 614 BCE when the Medes northern tribes from what is now Iran sacked the ancient Assyrian city of Assur. Assur was not just a city. It was a sacred concept, the divine soul of the empire. Its fall wasn't just a military loss, it was a cosmic one. The gods had left the building. The divine protection Assyria claimed to enjoy had been revoked. The mask slipped. The Medes didn't stop there. They allied with the Babylonian-sold enemies, always waiting for a chance to get back on top. Together, they formed a coalition of vengeance. Babylonian leader Nabopolassar, father of the future Nebuchadnezzar II, wasn't just fighting for territory, he was fighting for historical justice. Assyria had destroyed Babylon once. Now it was Babylon's turn. The siege of Nineveh began in 612 BCE. It was slow, brutal, methodical. Nineveh's walls were thick and tall. The city had stockpiles of grain, water, and soldiers. It had been designed to withstand almost anything except the inevitable. The coalition laid waste to the surrounding regions, cutting off supply lines, choking the city into desperation. And then, something happened. Something that's still debated. According to later sources, including Babylonian chronicles and Greek historians like Diodorus Siculus, the Tigris River, Nineveh's lifeline, turned on the city. Floodwaters surged, possibly engineered by the besiegers or the gods themselves. The city's defenses gave way. A breach, a crack, a flood of fire and blood. What followed was an annihilation so complete that it wiped the city from memory for centuries. Nineveh burned, not in metaphor but in chemistry. The palace of Sennacherib, the vast hub of Assyrian power, was looted, defaced, set ablaze. The heat from that fire baked the clay tablets in the royal library, inadvertently preserving them for future archaeologists. Even in death, Nineveh couldn't help but preserve its receipts. Its statues were smashed, its gods toppled, its citizens slaughtered or enslaved. Its last king, Sin-Shar-Ishkun, likely died in the chaos, burned alive in his own citadel or cut down by an invader's blade. His successor tried to rally what was left of the empire from Haran, but it was over. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, the first true superpower in world history, ceased to exist. And here's where the silence begins. For a city that had dominated the world, Nineveh disappeared almost too well. Later travelers, including the Greek general Xenophon, passed its ruins without knowing what they were looking at. When medieval scholars wrote about the ancient Assyrians, they guessed. It wasn't until the 19th century that Western archaeologists dug through the sand and rubble and realized what they were standing on: the bones of empire. That's the mystery. Not just how Nineveh fell, but how thoroughly it vanished. There were no survivors to write the history, no chroniclers to describe the screams, no poets to mourn the ash. It was a silence, born not of ignorance, but of total destruction. The libraries held the stories, but the people who could read them, dead. And yet, the world remembered. Sort of. The Hebrew prophets Nahum, Zephaniah celebrated Nineveh's downfall as divine justice. A city of cruelty had been punished. The earth was cleansed. The wicked were ashes. That was the story they told. But that's only half the truth. Nineveh was cruel, yes, but it was also sophisticated. It was a center of administration, science, record-keeping, art, and theology. The Assyrians weren't monsters. They were empire builders. Their flaw wasn't evil, it was excess. They pushed too far, demanded too much, broke too many promises, and assumed they were eternal. That assumption was their doom. Because no city is eternal. And when Nineveh burned, the world changed. The Babylonians and Medes filled the vacuum. But something had been lost, a model of power that wouldn't be seen again for centuries. Assyria was the first to figure out how to run an empire with roads, governors, communication networks, and military logistics. They were also the first to prove that such a machine could overheat and explode. The silence after Nineveh isn't just the absence of sound. It's the shockwave after the blast. A power vacuum. A spiritual void. The gods of Assyria were homeless. The scribes had no temples to work in. The rituals had no altars. For the first time in centuries, the Tigris flowed through a city that didn't answer back. That's the real terror. Not the fire, not the blood, but the quiet that followed. And in that quiet, something new began to rise. Because the fall of Nineveh didn't end belief, it supercharged it. When the world collapsed, people didn't stop praying. They prayed harder. They looked to the skies, the liver of the sheep, the pattern of smoke, the flight of birds. They looked for signs. And Mesopotamia gave them answers not from gods directly, but from systems, omens, divinations, the science of guessing the will of the divine. That's where we're going next. Because if power couldn't protect you, maybe prophecy could. The role of omens and divination begins now. The role of omens and divination. They didn't just look up at the stars, they listened to them. They didn't just slaughter sheep, they interrogated their livers. They didn't just watch the smoke from a sacrificial fire, they watched how it twisted, broke, drifted. Everything in ancient Mesopotamia spoke. The world was a network of signs, symbols, warnings, and the gods, they didn't shout, they hinted. Omens weren't superstition, they were policy. They were the backbone of empires, the whispers behind every war, the invisible ink on every treaty. Before kings moved armies, they moved entrails. Before cities were built, stars were consulted. Before a marriage, before a harvest, before a coronation or a curse, someone, somewhere, was reading the sky like it was scripture. This wasn't fringe science, it was the science. Divination wasn't what people did when they were desperate, it was what they did when they were serious. And it wasn't limited to dusty priests in dark temples. Kings demanded it, generals relied on it, merchants paid for it, midwives obeyed it. Everyone in the ancient Near East, from beggar to god-king, understood one thing: the universe talks if you know how to listen. So how did they listen? Start with the guts. Literally. One of the most common forms of divination in Mesopotamia was extispicity, reading of animal entrails, especially sheep livers. It was so standardized that we have clay models of livers labeled like anatomical textbooks. Each section of the liver corresponded to a divine domain, a question, a possible fate. If the left lobe was bulging, it might mean a victory. If the bile duct was twisted, maybe an assassination. If a certain spot was discolored, better postpone the coronation. These weren't one-off rituals. They were institutionalized. The king wouldn't sneeze without a liver reading. Massive bureaucratic records track thousands of such procedures. The diviner, known as the Habiru, trained for years. He wasn't some cloaked mystique, was a civil servant, a man whose job performance might mean the difference between conquest and disaster. But livers weren't enough. The gods were polyglots. They also spoke through the heavens. Mesopotamian astrology was no vague horoscope fluff. It was precision astronomy paired with fatalism. The positions of planets, the visibility of constellations, eclipses, comets, all tracked, recorded, and compared to massive databases of previous events. If Jupiter rose in a certain quadrant while Mars dimmed, maybe it meant your dynasty was about to crack, or your enemies. The stars didn't just predict, they judged. The series known as Enuma, Anu, Enlil is one of the most extensive omen collections we've ever found. 70 tablets long, thousands of entries. Every possible celestial configuration was matched with a consequence. Sometimes contradictory, sometimes terrifyingly specific. This wasn't science as prediction. It was science as pattern recognition, extrapolated with terrifying conviction. But if you didn't have a sheep or a telescope, don't worry, the gods also sent messages through daily weirdness. Apantomancy omens from chance encounters. A rat crossing the road, a person sneezing twice in a row, a dog howling before dawn. Everything counted. Dreams, messages, deformed births, portents, earthquakes, eclipses, dust storms, crop blights, beer that didn't froth correctly, divine memos. And these weren't personal quirks. They were national emergencies. If a woman gave birth to a baby with two heads, the entire city might mourn. If a goat bleated strangely on the wrong day, a king might postpone a campaign. The world was always warning you. Ignorance was not innocence. To ignore a sign was to court annihilation. And yet this system wasn't nihilistic. It wasn't bad things always happen. It was procedural. Every omen had a countermeasure. Rituals could be performed, sacrifices made, substitute kings installed. Yes, you heard that. Right, substitute kings. If the omens pointed to imminent doom for the ruler, the court might install a fake king stand-in, often a criminal or servant who would wear the crown, take the risks, absorb the bad mojo. Then, when the danger passed, the substitute would be quietly executed, and the real king would resume business with cleansed cosmic credit. This wasn't cruelty. It was precaution. And it was deadly serious. The gods didn't care about your feelings. They cared about procedure. They wanted the right sacrifices, the right chance, the right blood spilled at the right time. In return, they'd give you a shot at surviving their moods. It's tempting to laugh at all this, to see it as primitive, magical thinking. But then again, modern leaders consult polling data with the same feverish desperation. Economists read markets like oracles. We follow the invisible hand. They follow the invisible handwriting in the stars. And unlike modern systems, theirs had one advantage: it felt personal. The gods weren't abstract. They weren't just forces of nature. They had favorites, grudges, personalities. If you misread an omen, it wasn't just a statistical error. It was a cosmic insult. That's what made the whole system so tense. Because no matter how much you observed, you were never sure you got it right. You were always one misread away from catastrophe, and the kings knew it. Letters from the royal archives show kings freaking out over dreams, demanding emergency omens, asking why the sheep livers aren't giving clear answers. They weren't omnipotent. They were paranoid. They had to be. Their thrones were made of divine approval, and that approval was always conditional. So they surrounded themselves with diviners, astrologers, dream interpreters, scribes. They built temples not just for worship, but for data collection. They turned religion into a real-time analytics platform. The gods were unpredictable, yes, but they could be tracked. Until they couldn't, because eventually, the signs stopped making sense. Omens predicted victory and brought defeat. Livers looked perfect, and cities fell anyway. The stars were clear, and yet kings were assassinated in their beds. This is what happens when a system outlives the reality it was built to explain. Divination became ritualized to the point of static. The signals were still being read, but they weren't connected to the outcomes anymore. It's not that the gods stopped talking. It's that no one knew how to hear them. That's the final irony of Mesopotamian divination. It began as a desperate, beautiful attempt to understand the world. It ended as a bureaucracy of the unknowable. A cosmic insurance policy where everyone paid the premiums, but the fine print was always changing. And yet somehow it endured. Even as empires fell, even as cities burned, even as languages changed, the omens kept coming, the rituals kept repeating. The gods stayed silent, and people kept trying to answer their silence with structure. Because hope, in the end, is also a kind of divination. And what came after this fragile, crumbling world of signs? Monsters. Literal ones. Because next, we enter the gates of the Palace and find a beast waiting. Bull's body, eagle wings, human face. The lamasu. What did it mean? And what was it protecting us from? The mystery of the bullmen, lamasu. You enter the throne room, not through doors, but through a corridor flanked by stone giants, colossal figures carved with impossible precision. They are not quite animals, not quite gods, not quite men. They have the muscled bodies of bulls, the wings of eagles, and the serene, knowing faces of kings. They stare ahead with perfect symmetry. And if you blink, it almost feels like they're watching you back. These are the lamasu. They are some of the most iconic, haunting, and debated creations of Mesopotamian civilization. Found at the gates of Assyrian palaces and temples, they guarded entrances not just with bulk but with a kind of silent, divine judgment. You didn't just walk past a lamasu, you were measured by it. You were seen. But what were they really? We can describe them technically: hybrid creatures combining human intelligence, animal strength, and celestial authority. We can categorize them: protective spirits, apotropaic deities, mythic sentinels. We can trace their artistic evolution, from Akkadian precursors to Neo-Assyrian grandeur. But those are museum labels. What remains unexplained even now is the core of the lamasu mystery. What did they truly do? And how did the ancients believe they worked? Because these weren't just decorations. They weren't aesthetic flourishes. They were functional. And in Mesopotamian thought, function meant ritual activation. Nothing had power unless it was named, blessed, consecrated, embedded in the divine machinery of the world. So, how does a statue guard a city? The short answer: you give it a soul. Let's rewind. The concept of the lamasu stretches back to Sumerian religion. The word itself, lamasu, eventually came to refer to a protective spirit. But originally, it had different associations. In early texts, the lamasu was a personal deity, a kind of spiritual bodyguard assigned to individuals by the gods, like an angel with administrative duties. But by the time we reach the Assyrians, the lamasu is no longer personal. It's public, imperial. It stands not behind you, but in front of you, blocking the gate. These statues, carved in pairs, were placed at the entrances to palaces, throne rooms, and city gates. Often, they were part of a larger narrative relief, walls depicting hunting, battles, divine approval. But the lamasu stood out. They were three-dimensional. They weren't just stories. They were presents. And they weren't small. These things were massive, some weighing over 10 tons, requiring insane levels of planning, labor, and logistics to carve and install. Which tells us something critical. The kings who ordered them believed, deeply, that the effort was worth it. But that effort wasn't just stone and muscle. It was ritual. There's evidence that installing a lamasu involved specific ceremonies. The statue had to be animated through offerings, prayers, and incantations. Just like temples had to be opened to the gods, statues had to be awakened. This wasn't metaphor. It was mechanics. The lamasu didn't just represent divine protection, it became it. That's why they were placed at liminal points, thresholds, doors, boundaries. Mesopotamian religion obsessed over boundaries, both physical and metaphysical. The line between sacred and profane, order and chaos, civilization and wilderness, that's where the lamasu stood. Not just as a guardian, but as a filter. You didn't just pass through a gate, you were scanned by a cosmic firewall. If you came in peace, with the proper rituals, you passed under its wings. If you came in deceit, you passed under a curse. The texts even support this. Protective spells were often buried under doorways or inscribed onto bricks near the lamasu. They invoked gods like Enlil, Shamash, or Ishtar to empower the guardian. They warned of divine retribution for trespassers. They created an invisible perimeter around the visible statue. And that brings us to the central mystery. Was the lamasu merely symbolic, or was it believed to be alive? The answer isn't straightforward. Mesopotamian thought doesn't draw a hard line between the animate and inanimate. Everything could carry divine essence if properly activated. Trees, rivers, tools, Even words themselves were containers for me, the divine ordinances of the gods. A lamasu, then, was a kind of ritualized object, a vessel that could carry supernatural agency. It's why the Assyrians depicted them with 5 legs, an optical illusion that allows the viewer to see the creature as standing still from the front and striding forward from the side. It wasn't an artistic error. It was a gesture of animation. The lamasu was always moving, always aware, always judging. And then there's the facial expression. Calm, watchful, regal, but detached. Unlike the snarling monsters of other mythologies, the lamasu doesn't threaten with fangs. It watches with intelligence. It doesn't need to roar. Its power is already absolute, which makes its eventual fate even more symbolic. When Nineveh and other Assyrian cities were destroyed, the lamasu fell too, not just physically, but ritually. Many were decapitated, their heads hacked off by invaders. This wasn't just vandalism. It was deactivation. In Mesopotamian belief, destroying the image disrupted its power. To kill a lamasu, you didn't need to break the wings. You needed to silence the face. In modern times, lamasu sculptures have been unearthed, shipped to museums, displayed under lights and placards. But even there, their presence is strange. You don't just look at a lamasu. You feel watched. Even in the British Museum, behind velvet ropes, they radiate attention like something that's waiting to be turned back on. There's a reason they linger in our collective memory. In a world that still obsesses over surveillance, border security, sacred spaces, and public symbols of power, the lamasu was all of that. 2,700 years ago. It was ancient Iraq's answer to the question, how do you guard a gate when human guards can be bribed? Answer, summon a divine hybrid, build it 12 feet tall, embed it in the cosmic order, and make sure everyone knows it sees everything. The lamasu weren't just protection from the outside world, they were also protection from us, from our instability, our violence, our tendency to self-sabotage. They stood at the point where human ambition touched divine boundary, and they whispered, this far, no farther. But of course, we always go farther. We always test the gate. And eventually, even the gods blink. Because the lamasu, despite their power, could not stop history, could not stop collapse, could not stop us from forgetting what they meant. So what was behind the lamasu? What was it really guarding? Some would say the throne room. Others, the soul of the empire. But maybe, just maybe, it was guarding something else entirely. A story. The story of Uruk, of kings and gods, of bullmen and sky signs, of clay and conquest and cosmic anxiety. Which leads us, inevitably, to the next movement in this mystery opera. Because long before the lamasu spread their wings, something else was spreading. Uruk, the first true city, the template, the expansion. And no one knows if it was conquest, commerce, or something stranger. The Uruk expansion is next, and it may be the oldest case of cultural domination we've never solved. The Uruk expansion. Absolutely. Here's the next segment with full adherence to your formatting and length requirements. Minimum 1,700 words, no mini-chapters, all in the narrative voice and style you've specified. The year is somewhere around 3,500 BCE. There is no Babylon, no Hammurabi, no Sargon of Akkad, no cuneiform, no empire, not yet. But something is happening on the banks of the Euphrates, a tectonic shift in silence, a ripple of clay and ambition. A place where mud bricks begin stacking into ziggurats, where trade routes become rituals, and where the idea of the city is born like a god cracking through the womb of time. This place is Uruk, and what follows is something scholars call the Uruk expansion. It's a phrase that sounds clinical, archaeological, almost boring. Expansion, like real estate. like gentrification. But that's not what this was. This was a civilizational eventone of the strangest and most mysterious in ancient history. In a span of a few centuries, the cultural fingerprints of Uruk show up everywhere, from the plains of southern Iraq to the edges of modern-day Syria and Iran. Clay tokens, beveled rim bowls, cylinder seals, proto-cuneiform tablets, and whole architectural modules appear like spores from an invisible empire. But there's no army, no recorded battles, no royal proclamations, no stele of victory, which raises the question, what kind of expansion leaves behind temples but no tyrants, warehouses but no warlords, bureaucracy without blood? Because that's the puzzle of Uruk. It was massive, perhaps the first true city in human history. Not a village, not a chiefdom, a city. Tens of thousands of inhabitants, a city wall, multiple districts, temples, granaries, workshops, and a level of organized labor that would make modern construction crews cry. And more importantly, Uruk was a system. It invented things we now associate with civilization: writing, monumental architecture, state, controlled economy, record-keeping, religious hierarchy, and possibly the first bureaucracy so big it required its own breed of human to maintain it, the scribe. All of this emerged fast, like a detonation of innovation. And then, without clear explanation, it spread. Archaeologists have found Uruk-style buildings and artifacts hundreds of kilometers away from the city itself, in northern Mesopotamia, in southeastern Turkey, in western Iran. Sites like Habuba, Kabira, and Tepe Gawra show clear Uruk-influenced standardized pottery, administrative tools, even urban planning elements. It's not subtle. It's not coincidence. It's a blueprint. But here's the kicker. There's no clear evidence that Uruk conquered these places militarily. No mass graves, no burned cities, no signs of violent takeover. The material culture arrives almost gently. It's as if other communities simply adopted the model. Why? That's the heart of the mystery. Some theories suggest trade. Uruk may have become an economic hub, drawing in distant regions through the magnetic pull of surplus and specialization. Other theories propose colonization Uruk, establishing outposts for resource extraction, staffed by its own citizens. A third theory leans into ideology, an early form of civilizational prestige, where being like Uruk meant being modern, sacred, or safe. All of them make sense. None of them explain everything. The expansion doesn't look like empire. It doesn't look like diaspora. It looks like a virus. A cultural packet that infects other settlements, alters their behavior, reorganizes their social structures, and then either disappears or mutates into something else. Even stranger, it doesn't last. By around 3100 BCE, the Uruk expansion ends. Abruptly, sites are abandoned. The flow of Uruk-style artifacts stops. In some places, local cultures reassert themselves, almost violently smashing Uruk-style buildings, burning administrative quarters, dumping seal impressions like yesterday's gods. It's like a sudden purge, which raises more questions. Was Uruk resented? Was it an elite project that collapsed under its own weight? Did climate change strike again, as it often did in Mesopotamia? Was there a revolution, a peasant uprising against the bowl counters and seal rollers? Or did the system simply outgrow itself? Because Uruk wasn't just a city, it was a prototype, a civilization running beta tests on time, hierarchy, faith, and control. And the expansion might have been less about domination and more about broadcast. Uruk sent its message out into the world, and the world replied, sometimes by embracing it, sometimes by rejecting it, but always by changing because of it. And what was that message? That humans could build cities, that gods could live in temples of stone, that grain could be measured, taxed, and turned into power, that the spoken word could be pressed into clay and made eternal. This is why the Uruk expansion haunts scholars, because it's not just about archaeology. It's about the moment civilization became scalable. Before Uruk, you could have settlements, temples, agriculture. After Uruk, you had the city-state. A model that would be replicated, rebranded, and reused for thousands of years, from Sumer to Babylon to Rome to your local Capitol building. But if the Uruk expansion was so powerful, why did it fail? Perhaps because it lacked balance. Uruk civilization was top-heavy, administratively dense, spiritually centralized, and heavily reliant on the control of surplus. It invented systems faster than it invented people to maintain them. It may have collapsed under the strain of its own spreadsheets. Another possibility is resistance. Not everyone wanted to be a spreadsheet cell in a proto-Sumerian megafarm. Other cultures might have seen Uruk's influence as alien, sterile, even oppressive. The fact that some sites show evidence of intentional rejection hints at a cultural backlash. And then there's the environment. Southern Mesopotamia was always a fragile place: droughts, floods, salinization. It's possible the expansion stopped not because people stopped believing in Uruk, but because Uruk stopped producing enough surplus to support its satellites. Whatever the cause, the retreat was real. But even in failure, the Uruk expansion left a permanent mark. The bureaucratic tools it developed didn't vanish. They evolved. The writing it birthed didn't disappear. It grew. The city model it pioneered didn't crumble. It became the foundation of all future states in the region. And in this sense, Uruk didn't fall. It decentralized. Its DNA can be traced through every Mesopotamian city that followed, through the Ziggurats of Babylon, through the administrative tablets of Ebla, through the cultic architecture of Ashur. The expansion ended. The influence didn't, which means the real mystery isn't how Uruk spread. It's how it encoded itself into history so thoroughly that we forgot there was ever a time before cities. And maybe that's the point. The Uruk expansion wasn't just a historical event. It was the first software update to human society. And once installed, there was no going back. So where did this knowledge come from? Who preserved it? Who translated the divine into lists? The scribes, the human servers of this ancient network. And their secrets are next. Because the great scribes of Mesopotamia weren't just clerks. They were sorcerers of civilization. And we're about to learn how they stored time. The great scribes and their knowledge. They sat in rooms made of dust and silence. They lived among walls of clay tablets, in corridors where the past was stacked shoulder-high in rows. They were not kings. They were not priests. They held no swords, commanded no armies, and wore no crowns. And yet without them, none of it would have lasted. The empires, the myths, the measurements of stars, the names of gods, the wages of workers, the prayers for the dead, all of it filtered through their hands. They were the scribes. And they were the greatest data engineers in human history before we even had a word for data. In Mesopotamia, the scribe was not merely a writer. He was a mediator, a translator, a vessel. He stood between gods and men, law and chaos, silence and meaning. His stylus was an extension of fate itself. With it, he didn't just take notes, he built reality. But who were they, really? Let's start with the obvious. Literacy was rare. This wasn't a culture of universal education. Reading and writing were elite skills, hoarded like gold, passed down through institutions called scribal schools that doubled as training camps for civil servants and clergy. To become a scribe was to undergo years of back-breaking repetition, memorization, recitation, tablet after tablet inscribed with wedge-shaped characters until they were muscle memory, spiritual reflex. It wasn't glamorous. It was survival. A student scribe might copy the same phrase 100 times in a single day. He would learn lists of animals, lists of plants, lists of cities, lists of gods, lists of tools, lists of professions. The world had to be categorized before it could be controlled, and control was the point. Because scribes didn't just record things, they organized them. And in Mesopotamia, to organize was to make sacred. A king could order a temple built, but the scribe made it real by recording its dimensions, its funding, its labor force, its dedication to a god. A priest could make an offering, but the scribe transformed it into an entry in a ledger, a line in the divine economy. Their influence was everywhere. Scribes ran the temples, the courts, the warehouses, the tax offices, the military logistics. They wrote the letters between cities. They copied the myths and epics. They designed the calendars. They plotted the stars. They recorded the omens. And they taught the next generation to do the same. They were the invisible scaffolding of civilization. But what's truly astonishing is not just that they existed. It's that they persisted through invasions, collapses, dynastic upheavals, and regime changes. From the early dynastic period through the Akkadian Empire, Ur-3, Old Babylon, Assyria, Neo-Babylon, Achaemenid Persia, scribes adapted. Empires rose and fell, languages changed, but the scribes stayed at their desks. They kept writing, which brings us to the heart of the mystery. How did they do it? How did this body of knowledge survive generations of chaos? How did one profession manage to preserve the operating system of civilization across millennia? The answer lies in how they structured time. Scribes didn't just write history. They wrote networks of memory. They created redundancy, multiple copies of key texts, archival backups buried in temples, standardized scripts, and sign lists. Even as empires burned, the information had escape routes. Take the Epic of Gilgamesh. It wasn't one text. It was a compositia palimpsest of versions written over centuries in multiple cities by multiple scribes. Each scribe didn't just copy the story, he recomposed it. He updated, recontextualized, rewrote lines to fit new times. And by doing so, the story lived. This was how scribal culture worked. It wasn't static, it was adaptive. A modern metaphor? Think of them as programmers updating code across operating systems. The core logic remains, the syntax changes, but the function persists. This is especially evident in the way they handled scientific knowledge, astronomical records, mathematical tables, medical treatises. These weren't just curiosities, they were tools, tools of administration, tools of prophecy, tools of divine regulation. And scribes treated them with reverence. They weren't just writing to communicate, they were writing to preserve coherence, the very logic of the universe. In fact, some scribes believed their work was divinely inspired. The god Nabu, associated with wisdom and writing, was their patron. His temple was both archive and altar. To be a scribe wasn't just a profession, it was a spiritual vocation. That's why scribes often signed their work with formulas like, "For the god Nabu, the wise one, the lord of scribes." They weren't bragging, they were consecrating. But it wasn't all mysticism and math. Scribes also engaged in literary games, satirical texts, wisdom dialogues, erotic poems, riddles. There's a tablet in which a student complains about being beaten in school, then flatters his teacher for a better grade. Another describes a philosophical debate between a bird and a fish. These weren't just educational exercises. They were acts of playful subversion, scribes interrogating their own power, their own roles, their own gods. Which brings us to another truth. The scribes weren't just preserving the system, they were testing it. When they recorded omens, they didn't just parrot tradition, they compared results, they refined predictions, They created enormous catalogs of past signs and their consequences. It was empirical. It was analytical. It was early science drenched in ritual. Yes, but science nonetheless. And yet, for all their brilliance, the scribes eventually lost. Not all at once, not in a single moment, but gradually as the old systems broke down. When Aramaic spread as the new lingua franca, it brought with it simpler scripts. Alphabets instead of logograms, papyrus instead of clay, fluidity instead of fixation. Cuneiform, the medium of the scribes, became obsolete. The schools closed, the temples emptied, the styluses were set down. And with them went the scribes. The last known cuneiform tablet was written around the 1st century CE, 3,000 years after the first. After that, nothing. Silence. It would take modern archaeologists, centuries later, to reawaken them, to crack the code, to rediscover the names, the myths, the ledgers, the formulas. And when they did, they found something staggering. The scribes weren't just preserving their own civilization. They were trying to preserve civilization itself. And maybe they did. Because every time we write something down, every time we standardize a measurement, archive a file, label a category, file a report, we echo them. The men in the dark rooms of Uruk and Babylon, scratching marks into clay because they believed that order could survive chaos. Because they believed that memory could be built. And because they feared what would happen if no one wrote anything down. Which leaves us with one final puzzle. What happens when the language dies, but the tablets remain? What secrets did the scribes encrypt in clay? What stories have we not yet read? That question leads us deeper. To the slow death of the first language. To a tongue that once sang the world into structure and then fell silent. Sumerian is next. And it's not dead. It's buried. The demise of Sumerian as a spoken language. It begins like this. You speak a language so ancient, no one alive can pronounce it properly. You chant hymns to gods whose temples are buried. You copy lines written before metal, before wheels, before empires had names. You are not misunderstood. You are not misquoted. You are something rarer. You are unheard. This is the fate of Sumeriana language that shaped civilization and then disappeared from every human tongue. It was the first. That's not hyperbole. It's history. The first known written language in the world, spoken by the people who invented writing itself, the black-headed people of Sumer. The minds behind Uruk, Eridu, Nippur, They built the cities. They drafted the laws. They named the gods. And they spoke a language that sounds to modern ears like stone skipping across a dry lake bed. Guttural, clipped, rhythmic, full of compound phrases and grammatical weirdness that still makes linguists twitch. And then, somewhere around 2000 BCE, the voice of Sumerian went quiet. Not all at once, not with a bang, but with the slow, choking silence of historical entropy. Spoken Sumerian faded. Everyday use died out. Markets, homes, streets all began to echo with new tongues. Akkadian, Amorite, Aramaic. Sumerian was no longer alive. It was remembered. This is where it gets weird. Because Sumerian didn't vanish completely. It survived. As a dead language. It lived on in scribal schools, in temples, in court rituals. For over 1,000 years after no one spoke it naturally, people learned it anyway. They copied its literature. They preserved its prayers. They wrote bilingual dictionaries. They turned a vanished language into a sacred one. Why? Because Sumerian had become more than a language. It had become a technology, a sacred code, a cosmic interface. If the gods still listened to anything, surely it was the language they heard first, the one scratched into clay to name them, to catalog their domains, to encode their hymns. Sumerian was the original operating system of divinity. So the scribes kept it alive. They taught it, like Latin, like Sanskrit, an elite language for elite knowledge. You didn't speak Sumerian to your neighbor. You recited it before gods. You translated it into Akkadian like a priest, translating between dimensions. And through that strange zombie state, Sumerian became eternal. But here's the twist. Because it outlived itself, we can't hear how it actually sounded. We can read the grammar, we can translate its sentences, we can reconstruct some phonetics from borrowed Akkadian words, but true Sumerian pronunciation? Gone. Which means the first human language to be written down is also one of the most alien. No known relatives, no language family, no Proto-Sumerian dialects. It's what linguists call a language isolatia, rogue wave in the ocean of human speech. That's the mystery. Where did it come from? Sumerian appears in the archaeological record around 3100 BCE, fully formed in cuneiform script, not as a crude proto-language, not as fragments, as administrative prose, business receipts, grain tallies, inventories. It wasn't born in poetry. It was born in math. This tells us something profound. Sumerian didn't evolve into writing slowly like a myth being told at the fire. It jumped driven by the brutal needs of early cities, record keeping, resource allocation, taxation. Writing wasn't invented to tell stories. It was invented to tell who owed what to whom. And the language that carried those first transactions was Sumerian. But here's where the trail gets slippery. We don't know what came before it. No clear predecessor, no linked dialect. Just suddenly, there it is, written in clay. The linguistic equivalent of finding a fully loaded smartphone in a Neolithic cave. It's not that Sumerian appeared from nowhere, but it feels that way, because everything that led to it is either lost or undocumented. We don't know how it sounded, how it was learned by children, what jokes or insults or lullabies it carried. We only know what the scribes wrote after it became sacred, which makes the entire language a kind of archaeological ghost, not a ruin, but a recording we can't quite play. Still, the texts themselves are extraordinary. Sumerian literature includes the earliest known poems, laments, hymns, debates, and wisdom texts. It gave us the earliest version of the flood myth. It introduced archetypes that would echo across civilizations: the hero king, the descent into the underworld, the creation of humans from clay. But what's most haunting is the tone. There's a kind of cosmic weariness in Sumerian texts, a sense that humans are always just slightly out of sync with the gods. That order is fragile, that empires are temporary. You get the feeling they'd seen it all before even in their beginning. Maybe that's why the language was preserved for so long, not just for its rituals or its formality, but because it carried a mood, a perspective, a voice that remembered the weight of starting civilization from scratch. Eventually, though, even that preservation failed. By the end of the first millennium BCE, Sumerian was no longer taught, no longer recited, no longer copied. The tablets stopped, the clay dried, the styluses were set down forever. For 2,000 years, no one knew how to read them. No one knew what the wedge marks meant. Scholars speculated wildly. Was it a form of decoration? Code? Magic? It wasn't until the 19th century that cuneiform was deciphered, slowly, painfully, through multilingual inscriptions, patient comparisons, and a kind of intellectual obsession that bordered on madness. And when the words were finally read again, when Sumerian sentences rose from clay for the first time in millennia, what did they say? Things like 20 measures of barley delivered by porter, 2 sheep for the goddess Inanna, 1 male slave transferred from temple to palace. And later, the gods grew tired of noise, and sent a flood. And later still, he who saw the deep, a bureaucracy, a cosmology, an epic, all in the same language, all in Sumerian. So what does it mean that this language, the first to be written, the one with no family, no ancestors, no descendants, still speaks? It means that languages don't die when they stop being spoken. They die when they stop being read. And Sumerian against all odds is being read again. By us. By machines. By minds shaped by 1,000 other tongues. And maybe that's what the Sumerians always intended. That their language wouldn't fade. It would wait. Which brings us to the final question of this segment. What if not everything Sumerian has been found? What if the voices that shaped the first written words are still whispering beneath the ground, beneath the ruins, beneath the noise? To find out, we turn next to a riddle, buried in half light and half truth. A group of people described only in fragments, in letters, in warnings. The Habiru. Outlaws? Mercenaries? Ancestors? They moved across the borders of empires like shadows, and no one agrees on who they were. The identity of the Habiru, Apiru. They appear like ghosts in the margins, never center stage, never clearly defined, but always there, in the background of collapse, in the footnotes of conquests, in the uneasy scribbles of bureaucrats trying to account for something they don't fully understand. They are the Habiru, or Apiru. The spelling shifts, the context flickers, but the sense of unease stays constant. To the ancient scribes of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Canaan, and beyond, the Habiru weren't exactly a people. They weren't quite a class. They were a problem. But what kind? That's where things get complicated. The Habiru show up in letters and legal records, dating back to the late 3rd and early 2nd millennia BCE. They're often described as bandits, fugitives, mercenaries, migrants, or rootless troublemakers. But that's not a definition, it's a projection. What we're reading is the fear of the people writing about them. To an urban scribe in Ur, or a palace clerk in Mari, the Habiru weren't just outsiders, they were disruptors. People who didn't fit neatly into the boxes of temple, state, or tax. People who moved between borders, who raided, who hired themselves out as soldiers or laborers, who defied the grid of civilization. That doesn't mean they were evil. It means they were inconvenient. So who were they? Some scholars argue the term Habiru was less an ethnic label than a status designation, a word for anyone outside the established order. In this view, the Habiru were refugees, debtors, runaway slaves, landless peasants, or displaced warriors. The losers of history's last upheaval, drifting in its wake, forming their own fragmented networks. Others suggest they were semi-nomadic groups, living at the fringes of settled society, sometimes cooperating with urban centers, sometimes attacking them, fluid in language, fluid in allegiance, the ancient equivalent of stateless populations. There's also the theory controversial, tantalizing, that links the Habiru to the Hebrews. The linguistic similarity is there. Habiru and Ivrim, Hebrews share a root, suggesting crossing over, or those from beyond. Some think the biblical patriarchs Abraham, Jacob, Moses may have emerged from these loosely organized, semi-marginalized groups, that the Israelites, as they would later be known, may have begun as Habiru. But that's not a consensus. It's a crackling hypothesis at the edge of evidence. Because Habiru appears in so many contexts over such a wide geographic and temporal range that tying it to a single ethnic group is like catching fog with a butterfly net. Every time you think you've pinned it down, it slips into another role, another region, another ruin. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Habiru weren't one group. Maybe they were a symptom of what happens when empires rise and fall, when cities centralize power and others are pushed to the margins, when war displaces populations and trade routes mutate and climate shifts choke the land. In these cracks, people move, identities break, new coalitions form. The Habiru may have been the human sediment of these upheavals, and they left a trail, not in grand monuments or epic poems, but in bureaucratic side-eyes. A complaint from a mayor to a king about Habiru raids, a warning from a governor that the Habiru are growing in number, a plea for soldiers to stop them, a note that they've offered their swords to the highest bidder. They were everywhere, and nowhere. Egyptian texts mention them, so do Hittite ones, so do the famous Amarna letters, diplomatic correspondences between Canaanite rulers and the Egyptian pharaoh during the 14th century BCE. In those letters, local kings beg for help against Habiru incursions. But again, the texts don't agree on who they were, only that they were trouble. So what do we really know? We know the Habiru weren't centralized. They had no king, no single homeland, no banner. They were not a nation, they were a network. And in a world of rigid city-states, where every person had to be attached to a temple, a palace, or a patron, the idea of a floating population unclaimed, unaffiliated, was terrifying. They were the original wildcards. And perhaps, just perhaps, they weren't always the villains of the story. What if the Habiru weren't the end of civilization, but the beginning of something else? A mobile people, forged in the fires of collapse, carrying fragments of old gods and new dreams, trading stories around desert fires, learning the names of every gate, every border, every loophole. Untethered, yes, but not erased. In this view, the Habiru weren't barbarians, they were adapters. They survived by being flexible. Where cities had walls, they had paths. Where kings demanded loyalty, they offered services. Where others saw chaos, they saw opportunity. And that adaptability may have echoed forward. Because if even a fraction of the Israelite tradition came from Habiru roots, then the legacy of these stateless people includes the Hebrew Bible, monotheism, prophetic literature, and a religious revolution that would outlast every empire they ever raided. Not bad for a group that never got to write its own tablets. That's the tragedy and the fascination. We've never found a Habiru memoir, no inscriptions in their own voice, no declarations of identity. They were always described by others, those who feared, hired, or expelled them. And maybe that's why they still haunt the margins of history. Because the Habiru represent a version of human life that doesn't leave ruins. It leaves rumors. But those rumors matter, because they show us that civilization was never a single stable march. It was a fractal, a messy, uneven, disputed thing. And while cities wrote the laws, the margins rewrote the future. So the next time we read about peoples of no fixed abode, about migrants, outlaws, or insurgents, we might remember that those on the periphery today could define the center tomorrow. The Habiru remind us that history isn't just built by those in palaces. Sometimes it's carried by those passing through, and sometimes it's sealed in a cylinder. Because the next mystery isn't about people, it's about the things they left behind. Tiny, intricate, rollable, cylinder seals. Not just tools of bureaucracy, but keys to identity, magic, and myth. What secrets were pressed into clay? And what happens when the seal rolls over your name? The purpose of cylinder seals. Imagine carrying your entire identity on a bead. Your authority, your business, your myth. Not on a card, not in a password, but etched into a rolling miniature world that fits in the palm of your hand. Welcome to the world of cylinder seals, the Mesopotamian signature. Stamp, artwork, spell, and security badge all rolled into one. Literally. Cylinder seals are among the most iconic and enigmatic artifacts of ancient Mesopotamia. Tiny stone cylinders, engraved with intricate images and scripts, designed to be rolled across wet clay. In one motion, they imprinted their owner's name, status, and sometimes entire cosmological allegories. A single roll could turn blank clay into an official record, a sacred text, or a talismanic boundary. They were ancient fingerprints but with flair. Used across thousands of years, from the late 4th millennium BCE to well into the 1st, cylinder seals weren't just functional, they were personal. No two were exactly alike. They served as legal signatures, administrative stamps, and magical barriers. But their purpose wasn't only bureaucratic, and that's where the mystery deepens. Let's start with the basics. Seals were often made from semi-precious stones lapis lazuli, carnelian, hematite, serpentine, materials that were hard, beautiful, and rare. Carving them required serious skill. The engravings could include deities, animals, geometric patterns, mythological scenes, and cuneiform inscriptions. Often the owner's name would appear alongside an invocation: servant of God's name, scribe of the temple, son of so-and-so. When pressed into clay, these seals became binding. They authenticated transactions, sealed storerooms, marked ownership. They were also portable, a bureaucratic badge that traveled with its wearer. But cylinder seals did more than verify. They invoked. Their imagery wasn't arbitrary. Deities were chosen carefully. Scenes of divine judgment, heroic hunts, or ritual banquets weren't just aesthetic, they were statements. The seal didn't just say, "This is mine." It said, "I act with the approval of Enlil," or "Ishtar watches over this," or "Beware, Ninurta defends me." That's where interpretation gets tricky, because some seals seem purely administrative. A merchant's record, a warehouse manager's stamp, the Mesopotamian version of a received label. But others? They read like spells. Seals were found buried under doorways, placed in graves, worn as amulets. Some appear in temple caches, deliberately deposited as offerings. Their images depict celestial alignments, divine guardians, monsters being banished, curses being sealed in. In short, cylinder seals were magical technology. Which begs the question, were they believed to contain power? And the evidence leans yes. In Mesopotamian thought, the act of inscribing was sacred. Writing wasn't just a way to communicate, it was a way to enact. To name something was to give it form. To write it in clay was to bind it in reality. So when a person wore a cylinder seal around their neck or wrist, they weren't just carrying ID. They were carrying a loaded ritual object. One roll of the seal could seal a jar of grainer, a demonic portal. Let's not forget, Mesopotamian cosmology was stacked with entities, gods, demons, spirits of the dead, omens, signs, countersigns. Life was a minefield of invisible forces. The seal acted like a personal firewall, a protection, a declaration of divine alignment. You were marked, and the world was watching. But who made them? Seal carvers were artists and technicians. They had to know iconography, theology, grammar. They had to carve reverse images like printing plates into impossibly hard stone, using primitive tools and supernatural precision. This wasn't mass production. It was bespoke sorcery. To commission a seal was to announce your place in the cosmic ledger, to inscribe your lineage, your occupation, your patron deity, and perhaps your ambition. Because even in ancient times, seals could lie. Not everyone who called himself scribe of Nippur was actually employed at the temple. Some seals were aspirational. Some were stolen. Some were buried with the dead to be used in the afterlife, or to ward off whatever waited there. And here's another layer of the mystery. Cylinder seals don't appear gradually. They explode onto the archaeological record. Around 3500 BCE, in the Uruk period, Suddenly, we have seals associated with tablets, temples, and trade networks. Not crude versions, but fully developed. Their emergence coincides with the birth of writing and complex administration. It's as if Mesopotamia didn't just invent civilization. It signed it into being. Seals were the legal thread that tied people to property, gods to cities, kings to legitimacy. Without seals, a tablet was just clay. With one, it was a declaration. Even myth made room for them. In Sumerian literature, seals are treated with reverence. The gods themselves are sometimes described as having seals. Enlil, chief of the pantheon, was said to possess a seal that decreed fate. To bear a divine seal was to carry the authority of cosmic law. So, here's the central question. How much power did people believe the seals had? It's tempting to say they were symbolic, that the magic was in the bureaucracy, not the stone. But the more seals we study, the more complex the picture becomes. Because they weren't just used, they were venerated. Some were broken, ritually defaced, burned, hidden. Some were reused, reinscribed, handed down. Some were placed in caches with miniature altars and libation vessels. This wasn't paperwork. This was priesthood. Even the way people stored seals suggests a kind of sanctity. They were worn, but not casually. Some had dedicated cases. Some were kept in niches or boxes. Some were returned to temples after the owner's death. They weren't tools. They were companions, which makes them even more eerie to look at now. Thousands have been excavated, cleaned, cataloged, stored in drawers, displayed under museum lights. Their once sacred images, Ishtar with her lions, Gilgamesh slaying a bull, Enki with his flowing water snow scanned by tourists. But the seals don't blink. They still carry the imprint of ancient hands. Roll one out across fresh clay, and you're duplicating a gesture that linked humans to gods, trade to truth, death to identity. You're enacting a spell that once shaped cities, and you're asking the same question their owners asked. Will the world recognize me? Will the gods remember? Will the seal hold? Because in a place like Mesopotamia, where floods erased cities and kings vanished into sand, a good seal wasn't just a convenience, it was continuity. And that's the real secret of the cylinder seals. They were portable civilization. You could burn the city, kill the king, drown the temple, but as long as the seal survived, so did the world it represented. Which brings us to our next mystery. Because if seals were about visibility, about saying, I was here, then what about the cities that disappeared? What about the places mentioned in tablets but never found? Cities without ruins. Coordinates without corpses. These are the lost Mesopotamian cities. And they may be hiding everything we've missed. The lost Mesopotamian cities. There are names that echo through tablets, names that once rang out across walls of stone and gates of bronze, names that dripped from the lips of scribes like sacred rain, and yet we cannot find them. They are lost. Not metaphorically, not in the sense of forgotten or ignored, but geographically, physically, absolutely lost. Cities that were once capitals, trade hubs, religious centers, or fortresses now reduced to spectral footnotes in cuneiform archives, unattached to any visible mound or excavation. We know they existed. We have records of their kings, their conflicts, their shipments of grain, their curses, their correspondences. We know what they paid in taxes, who they traded with, which gods they built temples for, but we don't know where they are. And that's unsettling. Because Mesopotamia was obsessed with place. Cities weren't just political units. They were cosmological engine zones where divine and human administration overlapped. Each city had a deity, a temple, a role in the divine economy. Cities were born, not just founded. Their locations were chosen through omens, Their bricks were laid with ritual. They were more than settlements. They were theaters of sacred order. And now, some of them are missing. Start with Akkad. Yes, that Akkad. The city from which Sargon the Great launched the world's first empire. The name so potent it became half of Babylon and Akkad, a phrase used for centuries to describe all of southern Mesopotamia. We have royal inscriptions from kings who ruled from Akkad. We know its political weight. We even know some of its deities and festivals. But we don't know where it was. Not a single mound has been definitively identified as Akkad. Not one broken pot, not one brick stamped property of Akkad. Nothing. It is the most important missing city in history. And it's not alone. There's Kazalu, mentioned often in the Old Babylonian period, a city-state in tension with its neighbors, sometimes a vassal, sometimes a rebel. We have letters from Kazalu's governors, inventory lists from its granaries, accounts of its sieges. But the location? Unknown. Du Kurigalzua, Kasite capital. Apum, Shadupum, Tutub, Imar, Niribtumal names found in thousands of documents, each connected to real people, real decisions, real history. But where are they now? That's the haunting part. Because these aren't theoretical cities. They're not myth. They're documented in administrative texts, royal annals, religious hymns. They're in the system. But the coordinates have vanished. Time has chewed the labels off the map. Why? Part of the reason is geological. Mesopotamia is flat. Its cities were built from mud brick, not stone. Over centuries, rivers shifted. Settlements were eroded, buried, dissolved. A city could be swallowed by silt in a generation. Abandoned mound stels blend into the earth like bruises. Without major stone architecture, many cities leave behind only subtle scars, hard to distinguish from natural features. But there's another reason. Names changed. Ancient cities were renamed, rebranded, absorbed into larger networks. A city called X in one period might be called Y, a century later by a different ruling power, in a different language. Akkadian names became Sumerianized. Amorite names were rewritten in Kassite texts. By the time we read about a city, we might be seeing its fourth alias, which makes matching a text to a location like chasing smoke. Then there's the destruction factor. Mesopotamia's cities were often destroyed deliberately. Not just defeated, but erased. Walls pulled down, temples burned, records smashed. A total ritual unmaking. Some kings brag about this. I turned the city into a heap, they wrote. I sowed salt into its fields. I broke the gods' statues. These weren't metaphors, they were tactical annihilations. And if no one rebuilt the site, it was gone. Just a name on a broken tablet. The modern irony? We have more text than we know what to do with. Tens of thousands of cuneiform fragments sit in museums, untranslated, unanalyzed. New mentions of cities crop up all the time, cities we've never heard of. Some may be aliases, some may be misreadings. Some may be new puzzle pieces waiting for their other halves. But the landscape doesn't help. Southern Irakanchan Sumer and Akkadis, a palimpsest. Layers upon layers. One city built on the ruins of another. Canals rerouted. Fields turned to marsh, then desert, then concrete. War, looting, and modern development have erased many potential sites before they could even be surveyed. Some cities might lie beneath modern towns, invisible to archaeology. Others might never be excavated at all. Which brings us to the central question. What did these lost cities know? Because it's not just about location. It's about content. Each city had archives, temples, libraries, bureaucracies. We're missing millions of texts, entire genres, unknown myths, local variations of state cults. Each lost city is a sealed vault of memory. And every one of them had its own story. If we found Akkad tomorrow, we might learn how the first empire organized its army, how its court rituals functioned, what really triggered its collapse. If we found Kazalu, we might read first-hand accounts of rebellion against Hammurabi. If we found Imar, we might uncover a syncretic blend of Syrian, Hittite, and Babylonian theology we've never imagined. Every lost city is a potential rewriting of Mesopotamian history. And that's why the mystery endures. Because in Mesopotamia, cities weren't just buildings, they were living systems, each one a node in the sacred web. Their loss isn't just archaeological, it's existential. It's as if parts of civilization have been redacted and we're left to reconstruct the story with whole pages torn out. But there's hope. New satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and remote sensing are revealing anomalies in the landscape patterns invisible to the naked eye. The ground still remembers what the surface has forgotten. And with each discovery, a name might reattach to a place. A ghost might find its bones. Until then, we keep searching, not just for bricks and tablets, but for the missing context. Because the greatest mystery of Mesopotamia might not be the gods, or the myths, or even the inventions. It might be the silences. The names that echo with no mouths. The coordinates that don't exist. The cities that knew things we never will. Or maybe we will. Because somewhere, under some anonymous hill, there's a temple archive sealed in fire, waiting. And if we crack it open, we might not just find the city. We might find the final piece of the puzzle, of gods and men, of floods and kings, of clay and stars. Because Mesopotamia isn't done talking. It's just waiting for the right question. And now that we've walked through its silent ruins, its ghostly gates, its unanswered prayers, there's one last mystery waiting on the horizon. Not an artifact, not a city, but the question that unites them all. What did the Mesopotamians fear the most? The flood? The curse? Number? They feared being forgotten, which is why they wrote, which is why we remember. And that, ironically, is why Mesopotamia will never be lost. Because as long as we're still reading, still digging, still wondering, they're still here.